Єднати. Так. Шановні друзі, колеги, я запрошую.
Dear friends, distinguished colleagues, will you please take your seats because we are starting our proceedings.
Прошу поаплодувати.
A round of applause.
Шановні друзі та колеги,
Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, we are starting our proceedings with welcomes. Welcome to the conference dedicated to cash benefits to IDPs. I am Alina, and it is my honor to facilitate moderation of this event organized by the Temporary Parliamentary Commission on Protection of Tangible and Intangible Rights of IDPs and other persons affected by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, as supported by RADA Next Generation, financed by USAID, and implemented by Internews Ukraine. We are happy to note attendance of the members of parliament, representatives of executive authorities and local government, their associations, international organizations, IDP Council, and members of the general public. We have around 120 online attendance, and the proceedings are streamed online. Well, I would also like to note the record-breaking attendance by representatives of humanitarian actors, 78 persons represented national humanitarian workers that distribute cash benefits to the recipients. Let's set some house rules, irrespective of the status, age, experience. We shall respect our views, our time, and adhere to the timelines. If I see that you are overstepping these limits, I will have to interfere and stop you. The contributions need to be relevant, succinct. Comments are welcome. Another rule is results-oriented dialogue and cooperation-based dialogue. Unless there are any objections, please give me a round of applause. No, I can't hear you. Now I can. Thank you. IDPs today are entitled to cash benefits disbursed from the national budget and international humanitarian organizations. However, because of limited resources and lack of coordination, oftentimes there emerge situations in which some persons are left without any assistance, whilst others get several benefits at a time. As a result, millions of citizens don't get any assistance. They are entitled to. Representatives of executive authorities and humanitarian community have gathered today to discuss what measures they take in order to provide assistance to our IDPs. Colleagues from international organizations have kindly prepared some printed matter that you can pick up where you sit. And there are some spare copies. Please indicate your desire to get them It is important to maintain dialogue. Therefore, everyone is entitled to questions. We will work according to the open mic principle. Raise your hand. Our assistants will bring you their mic so you can ask your questions or offer comments. Now, may I invite head of the Temporary Commission, Mr. Frolov, who inspired this conference. Thank you. Thank you, dear friends. I am overwhelmed at seeing you because behind us there are 5 million official IDPs, according to the official stats. Therefore, we need to take an effort in order to make sure that the limited resources available to the government, local government, international partners, humanitarian actors be used at their most effective. You know the situation with the budget, with the public finance. The war is going on. The number of persons affected is increasing. Every day, Ukraine spends $100 million to finance all the tax revenues or revenues acquired from sales of treasure bonds, etc., are directed towards defense purposes, to support IDPs, to pay retirement plans, to pay salaries to medical professionals or teachers. We have to ask our international partners for assistance. The situation is indeed unique. Ukraine has to get at least $40 billion on per annum basis to get going. 20% budget deficit now, and our expenses are twice our revenues, 2 times our revenues. So the situation is dire. Therefore, we are focused on cash benefits. If we understand how we can avoid duplication and help international actors act more effectively, we will do good to our IDPs. Well, not just IDPs, but all persons affected by the war. We will have a joint statement or communicate, if I may, that our commission will accommodate in its proceedings. Thank you very much. With this, I declare this conference open. Thank you, Pavlo. It's not just 5 million IDPs behind your backs, but someone without a home. This conference would be impossible. Martin Hamburg, Next Generation Rada program. The floor is yours. Dear participants, dear Vice Prime Minister, Madam Minister, distinguished members of the Parliament, representatives of the government and international partners, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you on behalf of RADA USAID Next Generation program at this very special conference. Convened by the temporary ad hoc parliamentary commission with a view to consolidate efforts of different stakeholders, including members of the parliament, representatives of the cabinet of ministers, central executive authorities, international partners, and CSO, with a view to coordinating their efforts and identifying solutions. It is only through our joint effort that we can make our activity transparent and effective. we need to make sure that no one is left behind. Our program is financed by USAID and implemented by Internews Ukraine and Ukraine-based NGO. Why we think it is important to support this activity? USAID RADA Next Generation program is the Parliamentary Development Program, and our key goals is support sustainable development and capacity of the Parliament to dispose of its functions. It is important for us to support the capacity of parliamentary committees and ad hoc bodies of the Parliament with a view to improve parliamentary control. And in May, we supported two parliamentary municipal forums in Volhynia and Transcarpathian region, where we discussed issues dedicated to providing housing to our IDPs inter alia. It is important to be able to identify solutions stemming from the understanding of different stakeholders. Ukraine has been fighting for its independence since 2014 in order to recapture the territories, regain the territories captured by the aggressor state. Currently, there are around 5 million IDPs of the displaced persons. Many of them have no place to go back because their housing has been devastated and destroyed, or because it is in the area of hostilities. All of them have to start their lives from scratch. Oftentimes, they left their homes without taking even their belongings. IDPs face multiple challenges: employment, limited financial resource, integration with the hosting communities, and getting accommodated to the life conditions and in where they settled in. The stories of resilience and determination are unique and call upon us to provide support they deserve. Today's conference is a testimony to our joint effort and progress in this area, analyzing policy, by sharing our practices, involving different stakeholders from parliament to government to international organizations, local government bodies, and CSOs. We can find better, effective solutions. It is only through coordination, dialogue, and coordinated effort we can achieve the change. Over 2.5 million of IDPs last year received cash benefits. 7.3 billion hryvnias were disbursed from the national budget. I am sure that today's conference will contribute to finding solutions capable of alleviating the situation of IDPs. These people cannot be left alone. Russia has destroyed their homes but could not break their spirit. Here, all of us are to help them coordinate efforts and identify those solutions. Let me express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who contributed to the organization of this event and come here to take part in it. I am confident that we'll be able to develop better coordinated and sustainable solutions. Let us remember that policies and strategies we develop and actions we carry out need to bring about positive change. Wish you every success. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. I was so nervous at the very beginning that forgot to say thank you to our main sponsor. By the way, those who wanted to know more about the results of the forums mentioned by Martin could pick up their copies at the entrance. Irina Vereshchuk, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, and the Minister for Integration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories has the floor now. Dear colleagues, Martin, thank you. Thank you all for having come here. Thank you, MPs, for the, so to speak, framework you exercise your control over the government and your personal motivation. I know that you travel a lot to Dnipropetrovsk region, to Transcarpathia. You do that in order to promote IDP-oriented policies and highlight IDP related issues that are multiple, that are difficult, but are resolvable. If you go step by step, you can find solutions. Martin, let me thank you and USAID, not because you have sponsored this event, but for what you've done to humanitarian response. We have an agreement with you, and all programs of humanitarian response come through our organization. I know, therefore, intimately how much what USAID has done. Yesterday, a new project was registered, and I think that we should give a round of applause to the decision of USAID to contribute yet another $2 billion US. I would also like to appreciate humanitarian actors, both online and offline, UNHCR, IOM, UNDP. We have been together in humanitarian response. And there are three words people would like to see: swift, adequately. It's important for IDPs to know that where they end up their journey, they'll have some housing, some food. They want to go to Kiev, no problem. There's a train waiting at the rail terminal where they can pick up their cash support. We've been doing that together with IOM for quite a long time. Over 150 million hryvnias have since been, since the beginning, been disposed. It's about being swift, simple. When we say assistance, it need to be simple. And yes, there are projects that look longer term, but if we understand that some things need to be simplified in order to expedite our solutions, this is very important, and the solutions need to be simple and transparent for all actors, for humanitarian actors, other stakeholders, those stand by us in the community of international organizations and international partners. Oftentimes they ask us to tell them more about solutions we develop and then implement, plus adequacy.
And today we are discussing the cash aid, and actually we are discussing the adequacy. I think cash aid is the most adequate instrument of support, because when people get cash benefits, they won't go with them offshore. They will definitely use this money inside the country. They will invest actually this money to the domestic economy, because since 2022, that was already mentioned, but I would like to remind you that some 145 billion hryvnia were allocated by the government to cash benefits of IDPs. That's why I'm a big supporter of cash benefits for IDPs, and I would ask you not to cut off such programs. And I know that around $8 billion are allocated for cash benefits, and our people, they need to feel your support. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Irina. It's my pleasure to invite you to the microphone for welcome speech. Member of Parliament and head of the task force on residential issues. We are part of the temporary parliamentary committee. Mr. Maxim Tkachenko. Thank you, Irina, for your introduction. We all are very much engaged into this topic. And I keep saying that assistance and aid to all those millions of families, not just people, but families. This is the second our care after continuous support of the armed forces which defend us. That's why we're so grateful today and express our gratitude to all the sponsors, all the donors, which for 10 years now stay hand in hand with us. How IDPs are different. These are not simply internally displaced people, they are forcibly displaced people. And we have to emphasize that how they're different from people from Luhansk, Mariupol, etc. These are people who were not just relocated, but they were forced to relocate to other parts of Ukraine and to remain inside the country. And you can trust me, on daily basis, I carry out surveys of record, surveys with my compatriots all around the country, and I can tell you that after the victory, we should rely primarily on internally displaced people. I met with people in Cherkasy, in Vinnytsia, everywhere. And I can assure you, there's people. I have seen the people from Kherson region, Kharkiv region, Donetsk region, and they all expressed their willingness to go back home immediately upon the occupation of those regions. That's why we have to help to those people who remain in the country, who trust Ukrainian government. They believe in Ukrainian victory, and we have to support them. I would like to thank you to all my colleagues to all those who, after February 2022, have demonstrated the unity and unity in an assistance to the internally displaced people. I would like to thank to all the participants of our temporary parliamentary committee, to members of my task force, my colleagues like Ruslan Garbanka. They are from Lugansk or from Donetsk region. Pavlo Frolov, who is head of our temporary parliamentary committee. Thanks God, he is not an IDP, but he comes from Kryvyi Rih. Mr. Volenets, he is from the Donetsk region, and many participants present today in this room, they are actually IDPs, and they are involved into this big business of providing help to internally displaced people. Thank you for this unity in doing this big thing together. I am very grateful to the Cabinet of Ministers, to the Ombudsman's Office, who carry out big part of work in assistance to IDPs to enjoy their rights and to restore their rights. A big number of employees in the Ombudsman's office, they are IDPs themselves, and this allows them to support their families. And as Pavlo mentioned, I'm head of the working group of special task force which deals with residential issues for IDPs, with housing for IDPs. And nevertheless, cash benefits and cash payments to IDPs, they are very important, because this money would be spent here in the country. They will be spent on rent of housing. 8 out of 10 landlords who rent premises to the or rent housing to IDPs, they spend their money abroad. While discussing cash benefits today, we all understand that this money are usually spent in Ukraine, not abroad. Thank you to all our panelists, and let's start our first panel. The first session is dedicated to the Ukrainian context, Ukrainian dimension of the cash benefits to IDPs, and I wish you all success and efficient discussions. And I would ask our technicians to remove those chairs and to bring a table and just one chair or one speaker. The time limit for one presentation is up to 7 minutes to allow for the Q&A session or comments. I will do my best to write down your main statements on the flip chart to simplify our further work with the proceeds of this conference. And it's my honor to invite to the panel and to presentation Mr. Ruslan Garbanka, Member of Parliament. Good morning. It's such a high chair. Shall I take this high chair? I need a cocktail, I think. Good morning, dear friends. You know, 10 years have passed after beginning of the aggression. I remember quite freshly how my family was living Luhansk region. I recollect also those IDPs who were coming from Crimea, but they were in much lesser numbers than those who were living in Luhansk occupied regions of Luhansk and Donetsk regions. I recollect how we supported each other, how we were looking for housing and we were trying to rent housing and how people were reluctant to offer their housing for lease to us. And nevertheless, we helped much to each other. But at that time, we, although we received some cash benefits, but we did not receive as much as today. Nevertheless, that even small cash benefits allowed us to remain, to stay in the mainland, the Ukraine. As far as I remember, back in 2015, we had around 1.5 million registered IDPs, while up to 600,000 left back to the occupied territories. And that happened due to the fact that the government allowed payments, cash benefits to IDPs at that time. And today, when we think about compensations for the lost properties in the occupied territories, this is also big assistance to those who relocated. Today, I recollect the words of my colleague from Kharkiv. We have been friends for a long time. And recently he said to me, today I fully understand you, how difficult it was to you to leave your property and to leave your home in 2014. And Bucha was a shock for all Ukrainian society, but I have to remind you that even in Luhansk, there were similar tortures and killings, unlawful killings of people. And that was very similar to what happened in Bucha. But the issue is that Luhansk is not deoccupied yet. Today, when we see that we are in the third year of full-scale invasion, we actually face three types of front lines. The first front line is along the contact line, where the defense forces of Ukraine try to restrain the aggressor. The second front line is the economic front line, where we have to survive in the situation when we are at the edge of our teeth, and we are even discussing the cash aid. Today, the payments of cash aid payments had slowed down, and when we look at the number of relocated businesses, we clearly see that, unfortunately, many of them were not relocated. And the third front line, out of those which I mentioned, this is a social front line. Let us speak openly that internally displaced person is not just a person who relocated, but this is a person who was forced to relocate, and actually this adds tension to the situation, to the life situation of such person. And actually, today we are raging a battle for our IDPs. We have to bring them back, or to create for them proper conditions for productive work. Today, we have in place our policies to cash benefits. Decision number 332, or resolution number 332, it cuts down or limits that cash benefits, while we try to find better solution to the amount of those benefits that should be paid. And in addition to that, we had that long story with the law on mobilization, and many families left Ukraine, and many male people, many male members of society, they left Ukraine, and thus many families left without breadwinners. So we have to keep all that in mind, developing a strategy and bringing forward any recommendations, any plans how to improve financial situation of those people. I would like to emphasize once again and to agree with what Maxim mentioned, that those people who lease housing to IDPs, they mainly stay abroad. And despite that, we should also keep in mind that let's assume that a landlord from Kiev or landlady from Kiev who evacuated to Germany and spends this money which she receives from the rent of her housing here, and at the same time she receives that humanitarian aid which is paid in Germany up to 900 euros. So my idea is that we need your assistance in developing a strategy as to IDPs both inside Ukraine and with those displaced people who left Ukraine. When displaced people from Mariupol, they live in hostels here in Ukraine, we see that they are
Got it. So we have to jointly verify, jointly with our partners, cash assistance cannot be totally separated from the housing accommodation solutions. Cash is spent to what? To acquire housing. So what I'm saying is that it would be good if you could invite representatives of governments or embassies of our EU partners to conferences like that, because, well, we know how our partners go about providing assistance to our armed forces. Banks of special description are established. If similar banks were created with, say, forward-looking plans, the situation would probably improve. Now, if the program has the duration of, say, 10 years, and recipients could get their share on an annual basis, those persons would probably got enough to buy some housing. Well, housing, what is it? It's an anchor, so to speak. The person with a home would not contemplate leaving the country, so verification should make distribution of this assistance transparent and fair. Once again, very much for your cooperation and for the opportunity to share my views. Yes, if there are any questions, yes, there are. Narina Darina, dear assistants of ours, could you please get the mic? Andriy Vasilishin, a father of two, Goodwill Planet visionary. I was taking notes. You mentioned strategy. What kind of strategy? Have you sought assistance of the European visionary institutions? Well, verified register. What register is going to be encompassing everyone who left the country or not? You said homes are an anchor. Well, anchors sometimes are weak. We should understand that this is a very volatile world where solutions need to be fast and effective. Thank you. Now, strategy. Strategy is something which is discussed in Parliament, presidential office, and government. And my idea of creating the commission was to aid in the development of the strategy, and strategy should point to effective solutions. And this ad hoc commission includes IDPs with lived experiences, 10 years of experience. I myself helped move 30 families from Luhansk, provided them with employment, homes, and people would confirm I had helped build two, dormitories. Every business person is supposed to protect its enterprise, its staff, its workforce. And I think that every businessman should act responsibly in this respect. And now, speaking of that strategy you mentioned, in meetings like this and others similar to it should give additional boost to the development of such strategy. You know, when some ministries may ask their partners to help them develop strategies, us, we'd like to act together with our partners, with government, with Ukrainian funds and foundations and the international ones to make it a genuinely Ukrainian strategy. The displaced person situation like we have in Ukraine hasn't existed in Europe since probably the World War II to give IDPs some important rights and entitlements to work. One country, one single country will never be able to help them in this situation. Therefore, it is important to make sure that Europe acts as one, using all possible synergies. Europeans, well, once again, I can't help thanking once again how hospitable they have been to our IDP, to our refugees. By the way, many Europeans would probably be very happy if Ukrainians residing there now stay longer, because Ukrainians are industrious people. Now, verification. On the resolution 332, well, the government is already conducting this verification. The number of recipients has, a result, been reduced to 1.5 million, which I don't think is fair. Even some members of the government aren't. But if the Ministry of Finance stands up and say there's no more money to this end, well, we often talk to Europeans, to European ambassadors, and we hear that we cannot directly help the armed forces of Ukraine. We can only help in the humanitarian area. IDPs and energy generation distribution is as far as the internal verification is concerned, I think it is up to the government and the parliament of Ukraine. External, outside verification, yes, we have to talk to our partners. We have to well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we too talk to ambassadors, consular workers of this country, asking them to provide this verified data. It's good to hear that, well, 1.5 billion euros were dispensed. Where's the money? Well, your refugees came in, we paid them 2,000 euros. Okay, that's good, but thank you. Well, if there's a comment, no comments at this point in time, thank you, then thank you, Ruslan. Thank you very much. Indeed, our conference is to help develop those strategic steps to be taken by all of us. May I now invite Roxolana Pidlasa, Parliament committees are in charge of scrutiny and control, and budget committee headed by Ms. Bidlasar is one of those. Budget committee considers the draft budget, accommodates proposals to amending it and its implementation. And so far as support to IDPs is directly related to the budget, Roxanne. Oh, this is almost a bar stool, so if you don't mind, I'd be addressing you while standing rather than mounting it. I'll think I'd try and set a framework for our forthcoming discussion. And then my colleagues, Ms. Zhelnovich, Minister of Social Policy, Mr. Yermolych, Deputy Minister of Finance, would probably then add to that framework. It's an open secret, I think. Well, our budget is, as it was, socially oriented. Individual people who have their cards credited may not feel it, but I assure you that social expenses are the biggest in our budget. Even before the outbreak of the full-scale war, now it's number 2. In total, 15% of the current budget, or 470 billion hryvnias, is the social spendings. Now, cash and the role played by the Parliament of Ukraine and the Budget Committee in earmarking and disbursing cash benefits to Ukrainians who are forced out of their homes. Since 2023, we have had a special dedicated budget program intended to provide assistance to persons in dire situations, and assistance to IDPs is financed through this program. When we were to make a decision to consolidate types of payments, we followed the budget logic, including the constraints imposed with the imposition of the martial law. We did it in order to help government and policymakers respond without delay to the changing situations, including changes in the number of people, number of recipients. Our budget committee is not in a position to approve the total amount of funds earmarked for the assistance to our IDPs. So if the Ministry of Social Policy decides that the funds earmarked to support IDPs is not enough, they can ask for increase without going to the Budget Committee of the Parliament. Also, at our committee, in cooperation with the Ministry of Social Policy, by the way, we provided a special subvention of 2.4 billion hryvnias to pay cash compensations for the housing to those IDPs that were taking part in defending the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. That's the full name of this subvention, as it were. Well, The total situation with the budget is, everyone would recall it, would recognize as difficult. However, there are some positive developments. After the United States confirmed they would do direct budget aid, we can say that about 36 billion US dollars will go to non-military expenditure, including humanitarian and social. There are no grounds to believe that this amount could be increased this year, but within this amount of 36 billion US dollars, the government might move amounts to finance priority needs. Now, 2025, non-military financed is still an issue open to debate. Last week, we were told that Ukraine would eventually get 50 billion US dollars from the revenues generated by the frozen Russian assets, and this funding may start by the end of this year and continue through 2025. However, if we look at the G7 communique issued after their summit and examine other sources, we would come to an understanding that not all of the 50 billion would go to support Ukrainian budget. Maybe just part of it, which is, well, bad news, if I may. On the other hand, it's still good news because it opens the door to negotiating deals under which IDPs can indirectly be supported using this funds, this 50 billion US dollars. So, if I could, I'd like to share my view on how our social budget is, well, distributed. Yes, it's big, but Ukrainians who need support can't say that what they get is sufficient to support their needs. Persons with disabilities, young parents, and other, so to speak, of vulnerable categories. On the other hand, I am not the one who thinks that it is only through increase in budget that you increase support. No, adequacy of support is also a result of a fair distribution. For the past 5 years, we, well, must have been discussing the creation of a unified register of recipients, and the Ministry of Social Policy is working hard to create some sort of a database that would help understand the adequacy of support given to families, to individuals. And Mr. Rubenko mentioned outside verification carried out in cooperation with our external partners. There are indeed funds spent to support Ukrainians who settled in overseas jurisdictions, and some of the benefits may be duplicated. This makes the situation less fair and more distorted. I know that this coming panel discussion will involve representatives of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. I personally pin lots of hopes on that ministry, in amongst which is the hope that they'll help us develop a tool capable of determining the exact number, the accurate number of recipients of different types of assistance, including social. Thank you.
Will you please pass over the mic? Good morning, I'm Marina Rushko. I'm a manager of a big project supported by the Government of Canada, which comprises 4 different elements and, among others, of cash aid to IDPs. I would like to emphasize the following aspect. Humanitarian sphere of Ukrainian budget was overloaded last year. And when we look at the current year, cash benefits are being cut because our partners try to shift from emergency response to recovery and development budget. And I would like to emphasize that cutoffs cash aid payments to IDPs will actually result in a big problem for IDPs, because currently we are in a moment when this targeted aid to cash payments to IDPs from donors has dropped. On the other hand, new resources for that cash benefits will appear only in September, which means several months of gap in payments. So we have to mobilize our effort and to explain the government why the assistance from Ukrainian government has to increase its support within this period. And international partners now, they act in line with the idea that instead of giving fish, you have to provide people with a fish in pole, and instead we have to keep this in mind when we are planning for the next year. Currently, we do not have this solution as for this moment. I would like to respond to you immediately that I fully agree with you. I have heard many times from our partners that we have to provide people not with a fish, but with a fish pole. And I fully agree with this idea. On the other hand, we today see the influx and arrivals of new IDPs because the aggressor continues to occupy new territories. And quite often I see that our partners, our donors, they hear and understand this argument. Unfortunately, no input to the mic. Something is commented, but not to the mic. I would ask everybody to speak to the mic when you comment something. And further on among our presenters, we will have the Ministry of Social Policy, and she will comment more on that. Maxim? I would like to thank, first of all, to my colleague, I would like to thank to Roxolana for your work. But I would like to comment further. When we keep saying fish or a fish pole, but let us understand that 2,000 hryvnia, which we pay to IDPs, you cannot call that a fish to feed somebody. This is not 500 euros. These are actually $50, and when we pay this cash benefit to our people, our international partners, they look at this and they say, okay, if this is enough, then we also would like to pay the equivalent system to Ukrainian refugees in Europe, in our home countries. So let us discuss this issue about the amount of cash aid paid to IDPs. As a member of parliament, I cannot understand why it is like this. At the end of the year, when we voted for the budget of Ukraine for this year, as a member of parliament, I rely on the opinion of budget committee, on your budget committee. And the only item in the budget, the only item which I checked in the draft budget was 60 billion hryvnia to IDPs. This was the only item which was interesting to me, and I was satisfied with it when voting for the budget. Today, you keep saying that we have been promised to get 50 billion, then 36 billion dollars. But now I cannot understand why, having all that resources, we deprive people from payment of 3,000 hryvnia, which is not a fish, I should say, or equivalent of fish, which is a very minor support. And if you have any idea who can freely provide accommodation to IDPs, freely provide, and that free accommodation would allow them to save some 20,000 hryvnia, which they have to pay for accommodation. Today, actually, the majority of people in this room, those are our international partners, and they are not abroad. No, I mean payments to Ukrainian refugees, which are paid to Ukrainian refugees abroad, in those countries where they stay. I agree with what Maxim has said. I suggest to move forward because we are beyond our time frames already. I would like to invite Ms. Oksana Zhelnovich, Minister of Social Policy. I would like to thank Oksana, who always attends such events, who always listens very attentively to what is said and hears what we say. Oksana, I would like you to comment on the thing which is very important for us and for IDPs. That 2,000 or 3,000 hryvnia, which are paid to IDPs, and to pay that cash aid In the previous years, we had up to $2 billion, while this year we have much less amount, one-third lesser amount to pay this allowance. And while numbers of IDPs are growing constantly after the explosion of Kakhovsky water reserve and dam, the numbers are growing. In March, we had we had cut down number of IDPs who are eligible to receive this cash benefits, while even our cash benefit is twice as less as it is needed to rent accommodation. Thank you for this question. It is a tough question. Last year, we had 57 billion hryvnia, which was allocated to cash payments to IDPs, while at the end of the year, we found out that we had to pay 75 billion hryvnia to IDPs as cash payments, and that extra money, almost 50% extra money, were transferred from other expenditure items, from payments that had to go to disabled people, etc. And it is quite difficult to set other priorities and to transfer money to IDPs when you look at a single mom who has a disabled child and she is eligible to special payment, or a young mother who's eligible to other type of social assistance, to maternity leave. And when you look at a person who takes off the evacuation train with just a small bag and has nowhere to go, and I should say that when we are making that tough decisions about cutting down payments to IDPs, let us keep in mind that those who had been relocated some time ago, 2 years ago, or 10 years ago, they require much more, much less assistance than those who just took off the vacation train with one bag and that's it. So, of course, the government has to provide that assistance to internally displaced people who had relocated recently. They need some time to recover. And further on, those people have to be pushed to build up new life. They should be pushed to find jobs, to restore social connections, to find new accommodation, etc. And that is what was done abroad. I have seen that all Ukrainian people who stay abroad, they are almost forcibly pushed to integrate into local schools, local European schools. But, and at a first glance, it was good. While having seen what happens in Ukraine to those children who continue to study online, who are not supported psychosocially, and who become aggressive, etc. And I realized that thinking about just money in terms of money, we lose. We have to develop a strategy. We have to develop a track for each person, how to restore and build up their lives. We have to study the needs of HIDPs at each stage of this adaptation to new life. Quite often people are unable to understand what their needs are. Let's assume a mom who's a mom of a disabled adult daughter, and that adult daughter is mentally ill, and this mom rightly applies for social support. On the other hand, they already receive a pension to this daughter and a special allowance for the care about this young woman. And when they apply for additional social care to provide social worker, this looks like too much. When we look at assistance paid to IDPs, to a family of IDPs, and we sum up payments on mom and dad and 2 children, this amounts to 7,000 or 8,000 hryvnia, which covers accommodation in a small town or city. And now discussing those who relocated abroad, we should cut down payments to those people who receive assistance abroad. Then we had calculated the minimum vouchers received by families and cut down 2,000 vouchers extra over 7. Then we had double-checked all the applications submitted, and we have found out that 1,700,000 hryvnia is being paid monthly as cash aid to IDP families, and we have 400,000 applications in our pipeline from families. I would like to emphasize that while each family comprises between 2 or 3 people, and you may add another 1 million people, and if you add 3.5 if you add 1 million to 3.5 million of hryvnia of that cash payment that had to be done, we find out that this will be 5.5 million. And this again suggests that we have to refocus our attention from assistance to long-term IDPs to fresh IDPs, so to say, who are just leaving the contact line and occupied areas now. And by the way, when the people are fresh IDPs, they require much bigger cash aid than those who are old IDPs, and now we try to pay more. We pay them 10,800 hryvnias per each member of such family of ad hoc assistance when these people just quit the contact line.
Ми це робимо спільними постановами, коли ми повністю верифікуємо людей, коли ми повністю верифікуємо потребу, коли там це не просто хтось когось на вулиці лапає, і передаємо вже верифіковані дані до ЮНІСЕФ, а вони сплачують. Я закликаю інші гуманітарні організації долучитися до цієї програми і через спільну постанову Кабінету міністрів розширити категорію, кому ми можемо таку разову допомогу, як emergency, виплачувати. Вона потрібна і дійсно важлива. Далі ми рухаємося в півроку в рамках тих 2-3 тисяч гривень для підтримки і проживання. Але ставимо вимогу. Ті, хто можуть працювати, мають працювати. Бо наша економіка насправді сьогодні захлинається. У нас за останній місяць кількість вакансій в декілька разів перевищила, ніж кількість людей, готових працювати. У нас величезний попит на робочу силу, нам є де працювати. Роботодавці потребують робочих рук. І тому нам треба виводити всіх, хто може працювати, на ринок праці. Що ми робимо для того, щоб допомогти жінкам, бо в основному це жінки внутрішньо переміщені, йти на роботу? Ми ухвалили, дякуючи Кабміну, дякуючи Мінфіну, який довго з нами це погоджував, допомогу для оплати муніципальної няні. Там, де немає садочків, там, де немає можливості матерям рідним комусь передати дитину на догляд, ми будемо оплачувати 7 тисяч гривень за кожну дитину, якщо це дитина внутрішньо переміщених осіб, як муніципальній няні, яка візьме таку дитину на догляд. І що цікаво, що ті муніципальні няні, це знову ж таки новий експеримент, можуть брати до 3 дітей. Тобто це вже в загальному 20 тисяч, це непогані гроші для того, щоб хтось один зробив це своєю професією. І таким чином ще 3 жінок вивільнив і дав можливість їм працювати. Тобто це вже про вудку, оце вудка. Такі різні програми, вони якраз дозволяють переформатовувати людей, давати їм можливість виходити на ринок праці, забирати з них оті обтяження по догляду, які вони мусять робити. Далі ми плідно працюємо також над тим, щоб допомагати на догляд внутрішньо переміщеним особам, тому що вони дуже часто залишаються одинокі, самі і потребують такої підтримки соціального працівника чи іншого професійного працівника, а місцеві бюджети не можуть покрити таких видатків. Я сподіваюся, що і цей напрямок ми також організуємо, і ця програма так само запрацює. І останнє, що важливо, ця допомога не відображає...
Assistance does not cover the real needs. Resettlement, phase 1, phase 2, crisis management, employment, etc. And phase 3, if the assistance is inadequate, compensations to pay the rent. So we have developed a draft Cabinet of Ministers resolution on subsidies to cover their rents. There'll be some special factors applied. This is going to be fair. This is be as transparent as it gets. Plus, this will help bring the market of rented houses out of the shadows. We know that many people rent their apartments, but there is very little data on that, and this will help us understand how this market is being developed. And these are the tools that will have some additional effect on the other services. We are focusing today on cash benefits. I won't use any more time of yours to discuss this. Would be happy to answer your questions. If I may, I'd ask for a minute. First of all, Madam Minister, do I hear you say that you are planning to replace this amount of money with rent service? So is that a replacement? If so, then when will it become the reality? We are working on the most appropriate formats, and well, I think that we'd have to continue disbursement for some time after the people got settled in, and then switch to rent service. I co-sponsored 7353, the draft law under which the government would pay some benefits to the families of the persons killed or wounded in action. Three categories: civil. I'm talking about civil servants who were killed, so to speak, in the line of duty, not at home, of course. Officers of the bodies of local government and people manning positions in the critical infrastructure facilities. Minister of Finance would recall how hard I was getting at them. Not a big amount, 1.5 for everyone who killed, 800,000 for disability, 500 and 200 depending on the category of disability. Not a lot of money, but important to introduce this payments. We pay for innovation, but persons who have been affected the most, killed or disabled, are not yet supported directly. Thank you for the initiative. Indeed, in furtherance of this law, we have drafted the relevant resolution. So come July, we'll start paying compensations to those so heavily affected. And let me also mention, I'm not sure whether we are on the right track, but we are working on the register of damage done. Because earlier on we would qualify it as an industrial accident, but of course this isn't any kind of industrial accident. This is something caused by the Russian aggression, but technically people were paid some insurance, but we are starting this program this coming July. Thank you, Roxana. Could we have mics available for comments? We have enough. Marina Honda, Deputy Head, Kyiv City State Administration. I'm aware that social sphere is full of challenges. Number of people needing such is increasing, and today we are talking about IDPs, and let me recall that we have a lot of different laws providing benefits to a great many of people. We have persons with multiple eligibility, so to speak, disabled, IDPs, single mothers. So, do you think that this multiple pieces of legislation should be replaced with a unified legislation? You are right. We introduced lots of different kind of payments. A person with disability may be entitled to 100 different benefits, sometimes tiny 500 hryvnias. Administering those payments costs more than the benefits themselves. But this was our kind of tradition. We are in the discussion with Constitution 22 with regard to Article 22 was how we can balance the needs with the possibilities. So we're working on that, and we are working on a unified social code of laws that would encompass all different areas and make it one. But this is going to be a substantial piece of legislation, and it will include sections on basic social benefits related to poverty, so to speak, if people are short of income, and the rehabilitation or recovery expenses, something to be paid as an emergency benefit. Also, people become impoverished for different reasons, so they need support and a plan to help them out of their dire situation, and of course, care and ongoing support if a person cannot survive without this. So these are three, so to speak, areas that we focus our attention to, and they should be adequate to help all those specific needs. One more question. We have 10 mics. Where are they? Hello, Natalia Petrenko, Luhansk. Currently, I am deputy head of the All Ukrainian Association of Amalgamated Territorial Communities, and recently deoccupied territories. So let me reflect on what happened to those who were displaced from Luhansk and Donetsk. Well, they were for a long time on their own. The area I come from was occupied in 2022, and for 42 days I was myself in occupation. We had waited, but then had to leave. Now, property rights, ownership rights, lots was left behind, homes, land plots. Well, thank God I have a job, but some of my subordinates get less. Say an apartment in Vinnytsia would cost you 10,000 a month. This 10,000 is now taking away from them, and they will have to find other sources. And the husband, he's a border guards officer, 32,000 for a military man. He is deployed to Sumy region. No. No. Please don't start counting money in someone else's pocket. Just a reflection. What I'm saying is just, yes, we have to convert everything to wartime needs, and our international partners should be aware of that. If Ukraine falls, Moldova, Poland, Baltic state may follow. So assistance hasn't reduced. It is thanks to our international partners that we keep getting humanitarian and other types of assistance. But the government, well, the government should direct everything to defense needs. I wanna go back to my home, which is in Luhansk, which was nationalized, but I wanna get it back. A short response. Well, the government would never be able to pay everything back to you, but it's important to understand that we have to make sure that the aggressor state should pay through arrested assets, through reparations, so that people can regain what they have lost. You understand that no government would ever be able to compensate people in full for what they lost because of the aggression. It would be a lie. So we are talking about current support for helping people get back on their feet. Well, yes, and by the way, verified, registered, something which has to be done very urgently. You understand, well, in some territories where no services were delivered, people kept getting their benefits, even to people who have been dead for a couple of years. So we are talking about what needs to be verified as a matter of urgency in order to understand who needs benefits, who no longer need it. We've introduced the so-called video verification, and soon it will extend to all types of payments, social, pensions, without having verified whether a person is alive and where they are. No benefits will any longer be paid. It's social sphere, of course, is in no position to identify a person as a collaborationist or not. But what we can do is identify a person as a person who has a large family or persons with disabilities. It is a very challenging situation. Yes, issues we are discussing pain so much, but please be aware of the time. We're already lagging behind. Yes, I am Helena Povsoluk, Children's Home Charity Fund. We are implementing a number of programs. We pay cash benefits of different descriptions. We pay targeted benefits to cover the needs of children wounded because of the war, and we thank very much social protection departments that help us verify the needs. Now, case management so important. We should base payments on specific needs of families or individuals. So let me ask you, this database, this case management, will it be accessible to charity organizations that otherwise provide social services? Thank you very much. A very opportune question. Indeed, we are trying to consolidate the entire sector. Earlier on, we focused on municipal, on government, civil society providers were out of it. Now we have the register of service providers, and any provider, private or public, municipal, can get registered with. You have this personal account, and the providers will have their own accounts. Every provider, upon registration, will be able to access our system, and we can then see how much you do and where. Madam Minister, you mentioned that needs will have to be reassessed or assessed, but I understand that the Ministry of Reintegration is working on its own draft resolution. So I think it is important that IDPs before 2020 were not shouldn't be excluded. Yes, I understand that something may have been already revised at the government level, but working with you, Darina, we insisted that this is our position of principle. We understand that persons with disabilities or recipients of retirement benefits have no funds to cover their rent. So it is important to not leave people who became entitled before 2022. Indeed, if we could take a comprehensive view of IDPs and, well, we need to understand how long people who have integrated with new communities be eligible to our benefits, like people who receive their status haven't taken part in the mitigation of Chernobyl disaster. We have lots of programs, including poverty status related, and so we want to increase this line, budget line. If we can effectively rebalance this money, we'll be able to pay more to persons with disabilities, because now that we spread it thinly across all the recipients, makes, well, 100 billion is available, but nobody is happy. Thank you. Let's compliment Madam Minister for the work done on a daily basis by the Ministry of Social Policy and your contribution today.
You raised an issue about funding from the national budget. Of course, any discussion about the funding from national budget could not be resolved without involvement of the Ministry of Finance, which implements the financial policy, which develops the draft budgets. And now I'm happy to invite to the microphone Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Roman Yermolych. Thank you. It looks like many things out of what I wanted to mention were mentioned by my colleague Oksana. I would share more about discussions which Minister of Finance currently continues with our partners, which will give you a flavor of what's going on. First of all, I would like to mention the financial sustainability. If you look at February, March, April of 2022, we may recollect that all the payments were continuous. None of them were suspended, although a big part of population was relocated to the western part of Ukraine. My next statement would be about allocation of funds inside the country. All of you know that all the defense expenses are funded on the account of the domestic budget, while social expenses are funded on the account of international partners. In the year 2023, our partners provided international grants, and we had survived through 2023 on the account of that external support. Later on, a discussion started how that money that we receive from our international partners, how they are spent, and Deloitte, Pricewaterhouse, and other companies from Big Four, they made the audit of expenses, especially of the U.S. money done in Ukraine. Quite recently, we had auditors from USAID who double-checked payments to IDPs, and perhaps all of you heard the statement of the U.S. president who called Ukrainian president the best sales agent, and actually this means that that money that Ukraine receives from taxpayers in the United States and other countries, they should be spent accordingly. They should be spent accordingly. And one more thing, as a Ministry of Finance, we keep saying we are dividing the same pie. All of you know the figures, what you can see in reporting. This is all transparent information, and the only thing we request continuously from the Parliament, we request them to do prioritizing properly, to prioritize expenditures. And of course, this is defense, these are IDPs, this is healthcare, then offline education, because otherwise we have to build up 20 billion hryvnia on well-equipped shelters for school children. Recently, we had a fourth review of the International Monetary Fund, and as of today, our budget deficit is at the level of 20%. This is the deficit which we should cover from a known source. We have to find the source of funding. And for the next year, IMF has set a condition to have a deficit not more than 10.3%, which means that we have to fund 700 million hryvnia inside the country, or alternatively cut down some expenses, because a lot of additional sources of income, of revenues are not confirmed. As of today, we had received only 11 billion out of the 38 billion of that we had to receive from our partners. For the next year, there are discussions between IMF and the World Bank that we have to stabilize our revenues to be able to plan for development and specifically economic development of the country. Thank you, Maxime. I have not introduced you properly, but we all understand the importance of the Ministry of Finance, our servant of the people faction, which we had 2 years ago at the beginning of full-scale invasion. This was with the ministry, and you wanted to continue with the phrase that we are not going to cut down funds on IDPs. Well, about that 60 billion hryvnia, which we have planned for 2024. Is there any possibility not to cut them off fully? I haven't mentioned about the lack of cost on defense by the end of year. We need to find 500,000 billion hryvnia on defense. In order to resolve this issue, we have to raise taxes, which is quite unpopular. 500 billion of hryvnia is a deficit in our defense budget, and because we need more to provide for procurement of military equipment and for payments to military servicemen. Any questions to Roman? No further questions. Thank you, Roman. Dear colleagues, we should pay our attention to digitalization of allocation and receipt of financial aid by IDPs. That's why I'm happy to invite our colleague from DIA. Well, I do not see our colleagues from DIA. We hope that Andrei will join us later. We did not expect that you to ask questions to Roman. And now I am glad to invite to the microphone Mr. Vadim Strunevich. He is not here, sorry. Nevertheless, we have Olga Altunina with us, who is a representative of the Verkhovna Rada Ombudsman on Human Rights. Good afternoon, dear friends. Today, we listen to optimistic things, but I am from the office, which is more about people, not about programs and money. Every day we receive applications from people, and those applications expose cynical attitude from representatives of government officials. We had received an application from a family which took a mortgage for property in before the war, and till now they continue to pay interest for that mortgage. And when they applied for cutting down that mortgage for property which left in the occupied and destroyed Mariupol, they received response that it is not possible to cancel your mortgage, because if we allow everybody to get rid of the mortgage payments, then we would go bankrupt. Another good example, a family from Irpin whose property, residential property, was totally destroyed. They continued to live in the modular accommodation. Another good example, husband in one family, he came back from imprisonment from Russia, and they received 100,000 hryvnia on their account, while it's not enough to recover and to treat this former prisoner of war on that amount of money. And I can understand requirements from the World Bank to financial situation, but I would like to tell you the figures. 2.5 million of recipients of cash aids was in January, while in May it was 88,000 of those recipients, and there is a big difference. 400,000 people, these are applicants in that loan line who applied for cash aid for accommodation. And now I will tell you that 135,000 hryvnia per month they had suspended their registration as IDPs and went back to the occupied areas and where the combat activities continue, and only minor amount of that people went abroad. Why it happens like that? The Minister of Social Aid mentioned that they get up to 10,000 per family member, but they go back. They are ready to pay 400 euros per person to get back to their occupied territory and to have a place where to live. I can give you an example of my mom. I'm an IDP myself, and my mom, who worked as a social worker during all her life, she gets a pension of 5.5 thousand hryvnia is her pension. Then she pays 4.5 thousand hryvnia for accommodation in Lviv region, and she is ill, and she pays for utility services in the occupied territory, and that utilities cost up to 3,000 hryvnia. your native town is not occupied yet, but it is in 10 kilometers from the contact line. It is almost impossible to live there. That is why she is unable to cope financially with all those challenges, and she relies on support of her children. And by the way, my mom gets rather high pension, 5.5 thousand. This is a big pension, while many people, they get much lesser pensions, 3.5 thousand. When pensioners at the contact line are asked why you do not relocate, they say, nobody wants us, nowhere. And we, in general, in Ukraine, we have around 1,030,000 places of temporary accommodation for IDPs, and only 50,000 people reside in them. And by the way, people who are fresh IDPs, they do not know about the register of temporary accommodations, and we need to check the needs of people who arrive from the occupied territories and from the contact line. Maybe people need not accommodation but treatment. Some terminally ill people, they simply go back to occupied territories to die. That's it. We believe that the strategy which exists as of today on the support of IDPs, it actually is inexistent. Why? Because the money allocated for them, they are terribly insufficient. On the other hand, the policies and programs are of more declarative nature. For example, employment program. In Kyiv, we carried out a survey among 2,500 of IDPs. They were asked about employment, and 66% said that they were unable to restore the businesses in mainland Ukraine, to restore their businesses from occupied territories in mainland Ukraine. Why? We do not know. Perhaps because of lack of premises available for rent, perhaps maybe lack of transparency, maybe lack of skills and training. We do not know. So somehow it does not happen.
Give you some more figures, 4 and 7. 19% of respondents reported that they couldn't find vacancies matching their experience. While one could argue that they shouldn't be choosy and picky, but myself, PhD law, I try to find an employment as a teacher of law. Do you think that I'd be able to find one in a small community? Well, probably not. So 19%, like I say, of the respondents say that they have to take up jobs that do not match their experience. Others reported they couldn't find jobs because of their disabilities. You know that those who saw people dying or homes destroyed sometimes can't make themselves do anything. I've got lots of cases where kids need to undergo long-term rehabilitation for a year or more because their kids couldn't cope with the tragedies they eyewitnessed themselves. Do you think that their mother or father would go to work if their kids are in this situation? Also, IDP certificates were reported to be an impediment to their employment. Do you think that IDPs would say they don't want to go back? Well, they would probably say yes, but the employers wouldn't be interested. The government, however, makes it a condition to try and find a job in 2 months upon relocation on the threat of having their benefits to be stopped. Well, is the government's right? Probably yes, but it should all be on a case-by-case basis. We are a people-centered state. We need to think about people, about specific cases rather than programs or algorithms. So needs have to be assessed as a priority. I would ask a question of DIA, but unfortunately we don't have anyone representing it. You may have heard that IDPs can now register as IDPs using DIA, but this only applies to those who got registered since March 2024. Those who were IDPs before can't use this option. I mean, people who came back from a foreign jurisdiction, now they'll have to an office as Parliamentary Commission's office. We went to the Ministry of Social Policy, and they are taking their time, but I think it would be a good idea to relieve social protection departments of their caseload. Okay, I'm ready to answer your questions. Hi, Ola. Natalia Karkach, Slavonic Heart. We've been helping people for 10 years now, especially those living close to the line of fire, line of hostilities. We heard about this so-called third front, right? So let me submit that cash benefits to IDPs is that third front. Why? Because, as Ola mentioned, people are key. If we don't have people, where would we go work at? Who will be working for? Who will be we raising our kids for? And now look at the situation in this third front. Lots of girls left and got settled in abroad. More than 32% of respondents, according to IOM, are not coming back because they have sufficient support to get integrated in their communities, raise their kids. Now look at what Russia is doing in Mariupol. No matter who you are socially, in terms of your ownership rights, so if you have a kid under 18, you are entitled to get 15,000 rubles. If you have two, 30,000. So every month they get these benefits to support their kids. They also are entitled to 400,000 rubles, 10,000 US dollars, the so-called mother's capital. Now we tell people, come back to Ukraine. They say, we miss Ukraine, but economically we wouldn't survive in Ukraine. So problem is that cash benefit is key to helping them uh, opt for staying in Ukraine and support our country, because the rear is as important for the front line as the front line itself. So speaking of the cash, I used to draw assistance. We are a large family. We have to we though we are IDPs, we don't have any benefits to cover school meals. I have to pay 3,800 a month, and I have 3 kids attending school. Multiply it by 3, 11,000, almost 12,000 hryvnias is just my family that has to pay for school meals. Do you think it's easy? No. Well, yes, especially if all our property is left behind in the Donetsk region. Will we ever be able to get it back? Hard to say. So it's important to verify and proceed from the needs. If someone needs money to cover meals, okay, let's make it available. DIA, you can use it to assess these needs, at least preliminarily, what we need. So they are basic needs. Like I said, this is third front. If we lose there, we'll lose, well, human capital, and something that is the most difficult to restore. Thank you. This first session has been very challenging and painful. It pointed to some issues. Probably the second session will bring in the ray of hope. One comment, because we need to invite yet another speaker to take the floor. Hello, Adra. We have a MOU with you, so to support your statement, let me also say that we do post-monitoring, post-payment monitoring. We pay 10,800 one-off per person. The rent is the smallest share of this cash for rent and embassy. And since I have also evacuation, one of the first reasons why people don't want to get evacuated is because they have no hope for getting a home where they're located. I wanted to talk to Ministry of Reintegration. Many IDPs, well, some say that housing utilities, well, my program is coming to a close. Shelters keep calling me and say, okay, stop paying renovation, let us help maintain our operational costs. We need to pay utilities and salaries to people who are IDPs. Thank you. Short answer. Can't agree more. Renovation comes from international donors. Us, unfortunately, we tried in vain when Resolution 930 was being reviewed. We wanted to open government finance, but unfortunately the government committee refused. The Ministry of Reintegration was expected to work on it, but last week we got a call saying Ministry of Finance is 100% against. So don't hope. Well, there is a budget program and it's financed, it's funded. 50,000 currently reside in temporary housing facilities. A million is drawing assistance to cover their rent. And we had 4,000, now it's just 1,000 people never went back. They live in modular housing units. Well, of course, we are more or less people who live in those facilities is probably the most vulnerable of categories. I agree, we will probably not lose it on the front line, but demographically, imagine how people felt when they decided to move back to, say, Severodonetsk, because Ukraine, according to them, hadn't done what they expected it to do. I can see lots of interviews in which people state that they draw two pension benefits, Russian and Ukrainian. Ukraine, unfortunately, refers to IMF. Well, we, of course, thank international partners. We wouldn't cope without them. And government officials, listen to me when you advocate before international donors, speak about IDPs, people, not budget lines, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to see the real picture. Thank you. Thank you, Olga. Let me ask the audience, please, by show of hand, who of you believes that today, especially today, our civil society organizations, human rights organizations are the so-called fourth power? Can see your hands. Human rights organizations indeed make the fourth branch of government in Ukraine. Great. So Ksenia gets the right to protection charity organization will now take the floor. Thank you for this introduction. Very kind of you. Thank you, Olga, for having stressed the need to be people-centric when making policies. But I will start by quoting some figures. Yet again, communication is important when you shape policy. We have so far failed to discuss the thing that this 1,100,000 come August will stop getting cash support to cover their rent, and people wouldn't know what they should do. Go back to the occupied territories to start finding some employment or flee abroad. National protection cluster, thank you. They polled people about the after effects of stopping this benefits. They asked them about the risks they think they perceive. Most respondents told them they wouldn't be able to cover their basic needs. Many also state that 8% reported that they would have to go back to the temporarily occupied territories or those close to the line of hostilities, and scaling, extrapolating this percentages, we can arrive at the figure of 200,000. In other words, potentially 200,000 people are contemplating return to the temporarily occupied territories, where another 100,000 apart from that, 25% of IDPs reported challenges related to having their benefits to cover rent continued. So come September, what IDPs should be looking at in this situation? It's about communication, about the need of the government to communicate effectively, not just to introduce policies, but also communicate effectively with the recipients. Speaking of the current procedure for paying this rent support, I may say that even the effective procedure has a number of drawbacks that have to be eliminated with a view to making the program more effective. Financial criteria, for instance, or the so-called 100,000 deposit. We have a case, a minor 14-year-old inherited a deposit of 100,000 plus hryvnias, but of course, until they come of age, they can get hold of this deposit. But the existence of this deposit is an impediment to getting this rent support. Now, the so-called Crimean retirement plan stopped after 2014. The provisions in question deprive them of any title to those benefits. And apart from that, another drawback is that the right to have payments to support rents discontinued because families of the active duty military receive the so-called military allowances. Well, I'm saying that to call upon the government and members of the public to get down to revising the effective procedures. We cannot stop payments in September as long as we don't have an effective system of social protection or social support schemes in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ksenia, for your active position. Dear colleagues, it seems to me that our discussion proved to be rather productive. Thank you to all the participants. We have a problem with the air conditioning. Thank you for your stamina. I suggest to have coffee break now, and we resume after 15 minutes. Pavlo, I would like to apply to you on behalf of all the members of a temporary parliamentary committee when we invite the participants Let us ask them to come on time before first coffee break. If deputy minister is more busy than me, then the first deputy head of parliamentary faction, then I think it's improper situation. Maxim, I agree with you. We are not just having discussions for sponsors, but this is important.
Міністерство фінансів взагалі вони всі за кордоном. У них МВФ.
Ministry of Finance is very busy. We wanted the deputy minister, but the deputy minister is now at a very important business street. Then let us ask a question to those who stay here. Have they heard that? Let us invite them to the session of temporary parliamentary committee and ask them all the questions.
Шановні учасники, ми будемо продовжувати нашу роботу. Я прошу всіх зайняти свої місця. Проходимо до зали і продовжуємо нашу конференцію. Ми матимемо зараз другу сесію, яка буде присвячена не менш цікавому питанню.
Dear participants, our second panel will be dedicated to the international dimension of cash aid to IDPs. And I invite you to take your seats.
І так, шановні учасники, ми продовжуємо нашу роботу і розпочинаємо другу сесію.
Dear participants, let us resume our work. Let us start our second panel, which is dedicated to the international dimension, international context of the cash aid to IDPs. And we have a big number of issues faced by international partners when trying to help Ukraine. And this issue should be resolved by Ukrainian authorities, and actually international partners provide aid to the bigger part of internally displaced persons.
Дійсно, готуючись до цієї конференції, ми
During preparation to this conference, we did not expect that it would attract attention of so many participants and so many people would be willing to attend it. And instead of 110 participants to be present offline, we have received 130 participants, and I have to apologize for the delays in our discussions due to that bigger number of people. Nevertheless, I think there is a good prospect that results of our discussions will be better.
І для відкриття цієї сесії давайте запросимо всі разом.
Let us invite Mr. Sergei Kozar, member of Parliament of Ukraine and member of the temporary parliamentary committee, to open this session. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers of this powerful and very useful event, because we all are very keen to bring our victory closer, both at the fields of war and at the social front. And I would like to repeat the statements which we mention quite often. It's a pity, it's a shame that we do not have representatives from the executive here. I would like to add to Roslav Garbanka, my colleague, that we need to develop a state policy and this policy should be developed by the Ministry of Reintegration. This should be the state policy, public policies to the reintegration of displaced people and in order to do that, it has to bring together the Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry of Reintegration, Ministry of Veterans, and not only the Ministry of Finance should set the benchmarks for such a policy, but there should be like a special protocol for treatment of patients in healthcare area. Otherwise, we will waste another 2 years of full-scale invasion. We have IDPs who became IDPs since 2022, and we see arrivals of new IDPs. Also, I would like to add about budget on social needs. I agree with my colleagues from different foundations that we have to compile a register of needs first of all. And then, based on the needs, we should allocate social budget. Let's imagine that the victory will come tomorrow, and those who will come back from the contact line will increase numbers of people requiring social assistance, and we have to start thinking about that today. We also have to keep in mind our ruined energy infrastructure and our damaged heating and energy sector, and how many IDPs would relocate from one place to another because of the shortage of heating and power. It was said much that we pay cash benefits, and my question is, who do verify cash aid paid by multiple foundations and double check how many people do receive? And when we look at the old IDPs who started to arrive since 2014, we have to keep in mind those who had to relocate twice, first in 2014 and then in 2022. This is another complicated question which we have to ask ourselves. I would like to say that at this panel of international dimension and international context, I would like to address to our international partners and request them to look at our temporary parliamentary committee as a venue for discussions, as a venue for work on audit, on verification, on inspections, how the aid is paid, and we invite you to cooperation in this area to balance the needs of people and the available resources. We all understand that people who relocate, they may have special needs. So I encourage you to look at our temporary parliamentary committee as a venue for discussion. Majority of our members, we are IDPs ourselves. We have two front lines. We have one contact line, hot contact line, and another front line is a human capital. And human capital is extremely important for the future of this country. Without people, there won't be recovery, won't be development, and we have to fight for people. We all understand that we lack human resources, and occupation of new territories means occupation of people, and that 135,000 of people who went back into the occupied territories, this is actually a rather big city. Do you have any questions to Serhiy? I can see a raised hand. Serhiy, thank you for your intervention. My question is about the future of internally displaced people. I'd like to draw your attention as members of parliament. We have we discuss that funds for discovery, and when we look at $750 billion dollars, 5 billion for education, 5 billion on healthcare and social welfare, 7 billion. Altogether, these are 17 billion, while 20 billion are allocated to sports. While we have to keep in mind that these three first areas, which I mentioned, they include all that aid to IDPs, all that children which require assistance, etc. And look at the expenses on sports. This suggests that something is done incorrectly in that allocation of the national budget. Let's keep this in mind when you'll be doing allocations from the budget for the future. I agree with you. As people in power, we have to ask ourselves the main question: will we need stadiums if we were without people to use them? And we have to keep in mind the needs of people all around Ukraine, and we have to think twice about the social aid, and people should clearly understand what would be social assistance in case of lost capacity to work further, etc. Thank you, Serhiy, for the question. I'm Lyudmila Oleynik. Thank you, Serhiy. Thank you, Serhiy, for your courage to stay here in front of the representatives of Ukrainian people who are able to ask questions. Will you please explain more about your committee? This is temporary parliamentary committee, but the word temporary, does it mean that property rights will be protected on temporary basis, not on permanent basis? And I would like to suggest our assistance, and we are ready to provide you with a tool how to help people to bring back their property, and IDPs should be sure that they will be able to bring back their property. Thank you for this kind suggestion. If you have any ideas and any deliverables that could be used in the area of property restoration or compensation, then you are welcome to pass it over to our committee, and we have to remind people in power that they are humans and that they will continue to live in this country among their compatriots, and they should remember that the policy that they formulate today will influence the future of this country. Thank you, Sergei. Since 2014, humanitarian community in Ukraine has increased the application of cash aid and voucher form aid to satisfy humanitarian needs. Due to the deepening of humanitarian crisis in February 2022, and due to recommendations to the country to use MPCA as a major method of response, humanitarian response, the amounts of cash aid and voucher aid had considerably grown, and cash aid from humanitarian aid is coordinated by Cash Working Group, which comprises the following members: more than 110 different organizations. That's why I'm happy to invite to the microphone Ms. Marga Leda, co-chair, chair lady of this Cash Working Group. Then Anastasia Khdischenko, expert in cash aid. Then Dmitro Kozlov. Then we have online Mr. Lukasz Vovorsky, head of the Parahid project. This group, Parahid, started to work back in 2018, and it aims to ensure a sustainable transition from emergency assistance to sustainable assistance, and to support of the state program on social protection reform. And you are welcome to take your seats here. I'm also happy to represent Ms. Katarina Zhuchenko, who's assistant of the program of cash aid. In the meanwhile, I would like to comment. This is my first experience when I see that organizations had united in advance and had prepared joint presentation to be shown. I think this is a truly big achievement. I would like to mention that those who need translation into Ukrainian, please take your headphones in advance.
Hello. Hello, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It has been a pleasure to be part of this super interesting, passionate, and fruitful discussion this morning. And I think on behalf of the CAS Working Group co-chairs and membership, we appreciate this kind invitation. We see this not as the one-off event, but the beginning of a fruitful collaboration, as The invitation has been repeated a few times. So at the request of Mr. Pavlov, we are providing first an overview of the humanitarian response assistance in Ukraine for 2024. Cash assistance is part of a wider system of coordination and of delivery of assistance in Ukraine. You can see in Ukraine in 2024, the international humanitarian appeal is called Humanitarian Response Plan, is trying to reach 8.5 million people, not only with cash, but with different sectoral assistance. This includes food, includes health, includes protection services, includes water and sanitation, and other services. As we said before, this is a people-centered approach, and we don't count figures. Those 8.5 million people, they have faces for many of you and for many of us. We are supporting IDPs, we are supporting returnees, we are supporting people left in the occupied and frontline areas, and we are supporting people with evacuation. IDPs, as you was already mentioned, it has been tough, not because they are only displacement, but because of those challenges that have been highlighted related to livelihoods, losing property, losing land, losing family members, being traumatized, and being having a very impactful mental trauma because of the displacement. As it has been mentioned before, there is also many people that have been suffering from multiple displacement. So when we look at this map, we
Тож, як поглянути на цю мапу, то бачимо не лише цифри, але й обличчя людей. Ну і саме на такій позиції
equivalent of the cash working group, but they have mandate to coordinate the international response for education, health, etc. The cash working group mandate is to coordinate multi-purpose cash, which is basically cash for basic needs. We like to put fancy names to normal daily words. So whenever you see MPCA, it means cash for basic needs. How can we support people with a cash transfer that is relevant to meet their basic needs, the basic food, wash, and additional assistance. And the other clusters, they are responsible also to support additional needs. In addition to cash for basic needs, in Ukraine, there is a number of other cash interventions which support cash for rent, as it was mentioned before. We have cash for livelihoods, we have cash and vouchers for food in some cases. We have cash for protection for those elements that are quite sensitive. And I think we were going to say why cash, but probably you are already convinced that cash is a tool that is the preferred mechanism to receive assistance by people affected by the conflict. And we have a lot of evidence and feedback where the majority of people that receive humanitarian support prefer cash as the way of receiving assistance. We also know that this cash provides dignity and flexibility. That means that people can make their own choices. They can be part of their own recovery. They are not only the recipients, but we enable them to take some decision making on what to buy, and how to meet their priority needs. And then the third element, I think it was quite important. We talked earlier about the human capital, but also we look at how cash can be having a multiplier effect in the local economies and the local markets. And that in turn can result in improved livelihoods and more sustainable communities and economic growth. Because sometimes if we provide a lot of in-kind assistance, we disturb the status of the local markets. So this is more or less the overview. Now we will go to the status of the cash assistance for 2024, for multipurpose cash. This is what we wanted to do in 2023. Our target is 1.9 million people. and we request from our donors 650,000 approx million USA dollars. So basically, this is what we want to do. The reality, as you saw with your financing, national and international donors, we are receiving less money than we need, and we need to be able to make tough choices. So basically, until now, until Q1 in 2024, we have supported only up to 500,000 people with 151 million US dollars in Ukraine. Mainly, we support IDPs, also people living in front line and in the east of the country, and we support also returnees. As we mentioned before, the cash working group is the mechanism that exists to coordinate national and international cash assistance or under the I-Ask mechanism. So basically, we have a membership of 110 members plus. Sometimes we have more. This is UN agencies. It includes also INGOs, international NGOs, includes national NGOs, CSOs, and Ukrainian Red Cross and Red Cross movement partners. And from those 110 plus, this year, 39 of them have reported they are engaging in cash assistance. I think we all understand how tough this financial environment and funding request is to achieve. Now, we have the trend. So you can see in the graph on the right, we provided more than 1.5 billion USD in 2022. It was one of the biggest responses ever in terms of supporting providing humanitarian assistance to people in the world. So congratulations to you and to all of us, because it was very important and very effective. Sometimes it was not perfect, but one thing is true, a lot of people receive assistance. In 2023, this trend to access funding is decreasing. So we need to make some tough choices on how to identify the most vulnerable caseloads. We need to identify not people that are affected by the conflict and the escalation, but also people that have socioeconomic vulnerabilities. So we cannot support everyone as we would like to. So we need to make targeting a little bit more focused and a little bit more harmonized. So the cash working group is working with all the partners to identify ways of doing joint targeting approaches. And also we do joint monitoring tools. And one of the key elements also is to ensure that the grant assistance that we provide to people is also harmonized. So in 2022, we had a transfer value of 2,220 hryvnia per person per household. And looking at the status of the inflation and the socioeconomic circumstances of at the time, we managed to effectively advocate for that amount to be increased to 3,600. And since October 2023, we have been delivering improved transfer value, and this has resulted in better ability to meet these basic needs. So you can see in this graph the trends, and I think it is not a rosy picture. So I think this conference and all the passion that I see in this room is really, really appreciated, because this is the time on how to make tough choices. How can we ensure our humanitarian cash assistance complements government efforts? How can we ensure as humanitarians that no one is left behind? Maybe people deserve assistance, but they are missing documentation or they face some challenges. Maybe the humanitarians can focus on that. And then we are also, in addition to multipurpose cash, many cash working group partners have been working in supporting different government programs, including the Ministry of Social policy, the Ministry of Reintegration with IDP allowance, rent support, etc. So in addition to the work we do on basic needs, we support the other clusters in how to deliver and how to harmonize and strategize the cash for different support. So yes, the key message is, unfortunately, these are tough times, and we have to work together more to achieve a more impactful and a more, inclusive cash assistance to people in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, Марга.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe you already have some questions with regard to the total amount, scope, etc. Not at the moment, so we will continue. I will now follow the democratic tradition of this country. Our next deck will highlight some of the challenges we have been facing in the humanitarian sector and our partners as well. To make this information as palatable as it gets, so we've created here Svetlana. Well, created. It's not AI, as you understand, despite all this fashionable things. She is a real person, a collective, so to speak, effigy of beneficiaries or recipients of general purpose cash assistance. So this will probably help us better point to different challenges that beneficiaries, social protection workers, and donors. So please meet Svetlana here. And this graph since June to January, every section of this timeline will have specific needs and challenges attached to it. Not every recipient will face each of the challenge. Oftentimes the process is much more straightforward and clear, but we decided to indicate some of the challenges. I also am aware of the fact that we have representatives of different humanitarian actors online and offline that can list 15 challenges, but we decided to focus on those that we believed most acutest, so to speak. So, general view. Svetlana, 60 years old, IDP currently, comes from Kherson region, Bilozerka village. However, currently she is residing at Odessa region. She is a single person of retirement age. This is to give you a better understanding how she comes under our rubric. So her journey was started in June 2023 after the explosion at Kakhovska Dam, and she had to get evacuated to Odessa. When she was boarding the bus, the volunteers coordinating the effort informed that non-for-profit organizations would register people wishing to live at temporary housing facilities. With this, over to Dmytro. Thank you. Okay, now the probably most general recommendation of ours would be better coordination between government, local government, and humanitarian organizations. Well, indeed, there are several models to help organizations better interact. In view of the very fluid situation, it's important that this communication and feedback be kind of centralized and well aligned insofar as often cases arise when humanitarian actors don't coordinate with each other, and therefore it would be good to create a centralized kind of unified platform to exchange information on needs and possibilities, coordinators, focal points responsible for specific locations or areas need to work hand in hand with each other, and of course intersectoral cooperation between the ministries and local governments. Katerina is likely to add more flesh to this framework. Yes, I'll try to do it by telling you how humanitarian organizations can interact, cooperate with the government. There are some best practices we are ready to share, and there is us. We can support certain government programs by providing cash benefits to persons identified by relevant government authorities. Since 2022, UNDP agencies and different NGOs have cooperated with 4 different ministries. In each case, it required relevant coordination and exchange of personal data relative of the beneficiaries. So I'll tell you how this interaction can look like in a more abstract way. This graph shows you, well, left to right, government and cash benefit. The green lines stand for cash flows, so to speak. The blue ones indicate information flows. So under scenario 1, this coordination could look like that. Existing cash program is joined by humanitarian organizations as donors. They can be different, a UN agency or NGO, but in any case, some data are required to be exchanged after the list of beneficiaries are made available. We will proceed to dispense, and you will have several actors involved: government, UN, and NGO, civil society organizations delivering one specific cash program. Another scenario here is somewhat different. Cash benefits are financed by an NGO on the basis of the lists provided to it by the government. This can be done within across the national territory or a region. For instance, local administration may send a request to please support a specific local community to help it cover some of the emergency needs. In this case, the community will supply a list of beneficiaries to the UN agency on the basis of an agreement for personal data exchange. And the third scenario looks similar to scenario 1, with one important difference. Several cash programs supported by one organization. For instance, the retirees or pensioners.
Кілька цих програм. Але це знову таки потребує
Again, this will require that several personal data exchange agreements be made between the ministry and the provider. The idea here is that
персональні дані, які ми потребуємо для реалізації програми.
all the operational data we need in order to implement programs are basically the same data sets, but the data transfer is something to be approved legally, and this may delay implementation.
Погоджено якесь спеціальне
In some cases,
регулювання передбачитися законом, що теж може
there should be a legislative procedure to approve exchange of this data, which again may negatively affect the efficiency of cash payments.
Thank you, Katerina. This is one of the first challenges to which you have pointed out, and this conference ensure suggests that we started to do something in this area. After this slide, I would like to point out the further issues, barriers to access to humanitarian organizations, absence of the compatible databases, and impossibility to exchange with the same data with international partners and organizations. For example, the International Food Program and on the example of United Nations agency, we can see that after proper exchange of information, an actor could be added to the database as a recipient of assistance. But on the other hand, this exchange of data, it requires special protection of data. We could not exchange with the data unless we have proper protection of that data. And I would like to invite to this discussion Olga and Anastasia. Also, we will have Marga and Katerina as discussion participants. Also, we will have Lukasz and Shishvara and well, I mentioned that you got united, but I didn't expect that you got united to that degree. Thank you for giving this concentrated information. That handouts, what you had on your chairs at the beginning of the session, you may find in them additional materials, and you have there all the presentations. Any questions by now? Or maybe perhaps let us have a panel discussion. Will you please connect our colleagues via Zoom? Lukasz.
Do you want to add something to the mentioned slides?
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So no, I think the start of the story and the challenges that we all heard about are quite clear there. But I wanted to add a few things maybe as an opinion, so to say, and to complement our colleagues' work. The part regarding challenges in data sharing and how the information that we can retrieve as humanitarians from the government databases, this is actually something that could make our work so much more effective. And I wanted to first recognize the ongoing efforts, because I think that looking back at the initial stages where we had Edo Pomogal to actually help us do this as humanitarians, to scale the response massively, that was immense help. And now we are at the stage where we are looking at systemic solutions, where we can better use the government systems and better complement them as humanitarians as the response evolves. I wanted to maybe add one thing, and it was just to put things in perspective. After hearing Marga's part of the presentation, the introduction about the cash assistance in the country and how it developed over the years, I think it's important to recognize that the government's investments into especially the IDP populations through the IDP allowance were massive. And compared to the volume that we had in 2023 in multi-purpose cash assistance, it was nearly 4 times as much than the humanitarians actually delivered, which is an impressive achievement. So I think that should be recognized, and also just to understand the position where the humanitarian system is. Humanitarian system is there to complement, to support, and to basically look at the people that could be having issues accessing the social safety net. And but that's my 2 cents for now. I will pass on to the colleagues that are in the room with you.
Thank you, Lukasz. Any comments from any panel participants? Marga?
Yes, I will take this opportunity also to clarify or to inform you that as cash working group, we receive lists. I mean, our partners receive lists. So this challenge is quite a significant one, and one of the major risks is duplication. So some people may be overly supported, while other vulnerable people are not targeted because of the limited resources. As part of the cash working group operational approaches, we are doing the duplication of people that are supported by partners. So as through an encrypted system, we can identify if a partner that is being supported by one organization, member of the cash working group, is being supported by another one during the same time frame. So that is a very simple and very basic approach, but it has enabled us to save some resources to expand the caseload of support to people in need. And the other point is maybe some of you that work at the municipally or oblast level are familiar with our colleagues. The cash working group operates at national level, but as well as the international coordination system has the mechanism also replicated in NIPRO at the subnational level, and also there are monthly meetings at the oblast level in the different oblasts, or at least in the oblasts that are more affected. And yeah, that enhances also the collaboration with government and with different institutions and partners in the field. Over.
Якщо не помиляюсь, більше у нас
If I'm not mistaken, we do not have additional comments further, so let us continue with the presentation. Upon your permission, I would like to thank you. I could not but say how I'm admired with the condensed and focused presentation. I have heard a lot of new information. I have several questions, Marga, to you. At the governmental level, we did not know that you provided $1.5 billion in 2022, that you provided 1 million in 2023, and in 2024 you will provide less than $500 million. If the plan will be implemented, this shows that 2 billion that you paid in 2023, and you have reduced that by $500 million. So, what is this figure about? Whether this figure comprises all the international organizations or only members of your organizations? 110 organizations provided. This is my first question, whether this is a figure provided by only your members or alternatively by Ukrainian organizations like volunteers, etc. Is my understanding correct that this does not comprise the Ukrainian organizations? Yes or not?
We have Ukrainian organizations as part of the cash working group. So the amount that you saw for 2024 and before are figures that were reported by our members. Our members are national and international organizations, including national actors like Caritas, the Ukrainian Red Cross, and many other, R2P, etc. So sometimes national partners act like implementing partners of bigger organizations or international organizations, but we are also advocating and trying to support the access to funding directly to national actors as part of the localization agenda. So this is the figures that you saw for 2024 is the aspirational figure. We look at, it's not only about cash working group, it's about the humanitarian system. It's looking undertaking an assessment and understanding what are from the humanitarian caseload perspective, not from the Ministry of Social Policy perspective, because there are issues like poverty that we unfortunately cannot address with the humanitarian funding. So the idea is to do an assessment that was done last year. We are starting the 2025 plans, so we will conduct the assessments in the next few months. And the experts, they conduct an assessment to identify the most vulnerable people in need in different parts of Ukraine, focusing on the eastern side and the central, and then IDPs in the rest of the country, because the assumption is that those are the really in need caseloads. The targets for us are based on multi-purpose needs, so it's like a combination of different needs that are there. The target in regards to the funding, we had a bigger target, but then we were told to reduce it because the likely to access funding is not very high, as there are a lot of competing priorities at the global level. So we reduced it a little bit, but even if we reduce it, you could see that we only managed to support a limited amount of people in this January to April data. This is real people that were supported, and the target figures are aspirational.
Дуже дякую за таку.
Thank you very much for this eloquent answer, and thank you for that very fundamental answer. I tried to understand whether we'll be able to change, to improve, reverse that negative trend in delivering of assistance, and to create a system which will allow us to verify, to fully digitalize the data about aid provided to all the actors. I believe that this will help not to cut that assistance further in the next years. I have invited a leader of DIA project, which is one of the most successful projects of the Ministry of Digitalization. And I hope that you will be able to develop further on the figures that you presented. I have found a lot of new information and it brought me to new ideas about digital data. I think one of the big difficulties is that information about aid recipients is split between 4 ministers and we have to bring them together. I would like to remind you that we will have 3 more blocks for our discussion, and I think that we can finalize this block. Alexander Ilchenko, who is a member of our temporary parliamentary committee. Good afternoon. Thank you for the assistance provided. I would like to point out the following aspect. Today, we mentioned that alongside with the internally displaced people, many people fled from the threats. They fled abroad from the country. And we all understand that those people who stay abroad in European countries and those who stay in Ukraine and they are IDPs, they are in quite different situations. On the other hand, many men now stay abroad and receive assistance from the foreign countries. Haven't you think that some of those men who now stay abroad and receive assistance abroad in the foreign countries, that money should be brought home, or that's unfair when they stay abroad, receive assistance while they should be in Ukraine and do their best to defend this country. I think this money should be involved to assistance.
So basically, the cash working group members, when feasible and have access, always validate the people that are registered. So basically, we go and visit people, or our members do the validation sometimes through phone calls to an Ukrainian number, sometimes to just house-to-house visits. Sometimes the registration is in person, and people need to bring documents of their families. Only in extreme cases where there is not access because of security issues, the choice is to support those people or not to support them. So in those highly sensitive frontline areas, we may decide, or our partners may decide, to support directly with the list of the municipality or the list of the authorities there. But normally, in 2022, it was more timely support at scale, and we didn't have so many limitations in resource. But now we also need to prove to our donors, because they are doing audits, as our colleagues in the ministry said. We also have audits as humanitarian organizations, and national and international, to prove that we are targeting people that are in Ukraine and to ensure that the support is not duplicated.
Да, я можу ще додати, що ми в рамках однієї агенції.
I would like to add that we carry out checks of internal duplication to prove that people who receive assistance in Ukraine, that they do not get assistance from our colleagues in Poland and Romania. And all the assistance is being prioritized. Some categories of people, like aged people, like single mothers, like big families, they are priority recipients, and we do not provide assistance to men who do not belong either to a category of disabled people or something like that. And further comment about cutting down the amounts of delivered aid, discussing cash aid. Traditionally, it is being perceived as the one paid after emergency situations, after disasters, for example. And due to that perception, it is not so difficult to prove to donors that in the third year of war, we are unable to provide people for satisfactory of their basic needs. And it is very difficult for them to understand how this could be. And because this is emergency aid. Let us move forward. I can see raised hands, but this is just first item of our agenda out of 6 more items. Okay, since you insist, you may ask your question. No input to the mic. I'm very grateful to you for raising the question about those men who stay abroad and receive international assistance in foreign countries. I believe that either our diplomacy or our members of parliament should start steering up that topic at the international level. Of course, inside Ukraine, we feel ourselves in our own right when we bring this aspect to the attention of donors. But how to explain the same topic to the governments of France, government of Germany, because NGOs, even international ones, they do not have such a big impact on foreign governments. Please start raising this question at your international gatherings. Thus, we'll be able to save more money for those in need. On the other hand, all the actors involved into cash aid, part of non-government organizations, part of government organizations, do not understand how we work, the procedure, because international organizations have their own perspective, while Ukrainian governmental organizations have their own perspective. While we, and Margot knows that, we can get access to Polish database and assess whether any Polish assistance was provided. And we are able to check whether a recipient received any aid in Ukraine. But we are not directed not at people. We are directed at the needs of population. And if we work in Vasilkivsky district and we have ruined accommodation there, ruined properties there, then we are ready to provide assistance to those whose property is ruined. But social department would provide us with a list of families of those who were waiting in line to get their property.
All actors in the market state that prompt transfer list be of adequate quality, relevant, and susceptible of being verified. In other words, if the organization is not on the ground, other means such as chatbots may lead to having people draw benefits that, well, are entitled but not so much in need. In other words, lists have to be validated on the ground in order to make sure that. Thank you. We have 5 more social protection in our system need to be somehow coordinated, aligned with each other. Thank you. Tatiana Luzan, coordinator, protection cluster. You already referred to our findings. I have a comment and a reflection to offer in respect of what we are now discussing, without going too much into detail, because this is a multifaceted issue and quite challenging one. I would say that key here is that we stick to our own terminology. I will now read it aloud because I hope that our conference will approve a declaration. So who are IDPs? Humanitarian sector and government sector use their own definitions of IDPs. Multi-purpose cash assistance is provided not only to IDPs, but to populations affected by the hostilities, and, if my memory serves me right, to those who returned after deoccupation. Now, who we continue making payments to and create new recipients. Why it's important? Because emergence here is typically related to appointment, and durable solutions is continuing. Now, vulnerability criteria for providing and continuing. So vulnerability criteria for government assistance and humanitarian multi-purpose MPCA again. Yeah, my last comment, however, has nothing to do with definitions or criteria, but nonetheless, the poll taking that was mentioned earlier was taking in 2022. But the situation is very dynamic. Influence on IDPs can only be identified in the dynamic context. Those who could pay in May may not be able to continue doing that in June. We are now talking about continuation of payments. Those who will stop getting assistance have the most important threat, their inability to cover basic needs. So we are not talking, there is a difference between poverty and basic needs. Now we have to understand how we can holistically approach it. Thank you very much. A very informative contribution. You should have probably made a presentation. Okay, we'll try to proceed at a faster pace, if we may. Next step in Svetlana's life is her getting registration as IDP, since her main source of income was selling fruit and vegetable grown in Kherson region. When she moved to Odessa, she lost her primary livelihood. So here comes our next challenge, and Lukasz will probably want to expound. Could we?
I think it would be great to put it a little bit in context. So we see that Svetlana, she lost her income, but on the other hand, the majority of the humanitarian aid beneficiaries, they've been displaced for some time, or they live in areas under stress. So So that's a situation in which humanitarians often actually need to ration or invest their limited resources to the people that are most in need. Now, the funding is going down, as you could see in the initial slides of the presentation. We see massive decreases between 2022, 23, and the projected distribution of multipurpose cash assistance in 2024. And so there is a clear need to prioritize. And now how to do it, of course. And for humanitarians, answering this question is not easy. And we believe that relying on government data, on low-income populations, or basically on means of the population, meaning not just income, but also potentially other assets. This can be tax records, this can be records about vehicle ownership, etc. These could help humanitarians do their work better. But we already discussed a bit about the challenges of data protection and data sharing. So what we believe could be ways how to overcome this is to create a digital interface or operational access to this data in a way that protects the identities of the people and that basically helps the humanitarian so that they can prioritize based on it. So obviously, the vulnerable categories are still to be protected. So very likely large families with children, etc. But then how to choose among these, and doing that using the government systems or piggybacking, so to say, like leveraging these government systems is something that will be extremely helpful for the humanitarian response. So this is nicely put also in context of the discussions that we had in the previous part of this conference, such as the need to ration different benefits. So to basically reduce, for instance, the assistance to only the new IDPs, not just the old ones. But it's a general trend, shrinking space, and now how to actually fairly and justly assist the people that are in humanitarian need. So building these digital interfaces between the government systems, and we heard a lot about the unified system and about some challenges between the different ministries that have actually plenty of services for the population, but not necessarily are integrated in one database or in one interoperable database. This is something where the humanitarian sector comes in on top. So if the humanitarian responders had access to interface like that, of course, we would do our job much better. And one thing to add, last one is, of course, we need to be cognizant of the fact that this is looking back. So when someone like Svetlana gets immediately displaced, income data we have in the government registers are indicative of the past income of that person, and we need to use them wisely and productively in the targeting of humanitarian assistance. But the first step is, of course, to have legal and pragmatic digital access to this kind of data. I will pass on to the other colleagues in the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lukasz. Колеги, якісь питання щодо цього блоку?
Great. So will there be any inquiries you would like to make? Okay, just defer.
Perhaps not.
Okay, let's move on.
No, гаразд. Well, we'll then carry on. So it's August, Svetlana with just 2,000 of income, living in the temporary facility, finds this insufficient, so she goes to the pension fund hoping for, but ultimately the pension fund says no. Why oral? I'll tell you why in a while, but this brings us to the issue of continuity of general purpose assistance. There are different categories, families with persons with disabilities, families with children, and the idea is to to base payments on household income. This approach, as has been shown, does not lead to reduction of poverty in the nation. So it would be good if we could keep this program as universal as possible. That is to say, to base take into account their being part of some specific groups. This can, to a degree, be applicable to Svetlana because, as we'll see later, she couldn't have access to social benefits. Now, we move to September now. Couple of developments. Svetlana in Viber group saw information that non-for-profit organization was ready to provide multi-purpose cash assistance. Yeah, we do that often. So they decided to apply during registration. She was informed that she was entitled to a social pension. So our next step is referral from humanitarian to social benefits. Madam Minister mentioned that there are maybe 100 different benefits available to persons with disabilities. When we as humanitarian actors intend to provide social welfare to our recipients, we find it difficult to do this system of referral. I mean, there must exist some sort of a platform making accessible up-to-date information to domestic and international organizations. By the way, this would be as helpful to recipients and other citizens of Ukraine. In Svetlana's case, for instance, she didn't know that oral reply to her application did not suffice. She had to receive a written reply. A social worker helped her sort things out, but, well, because he was knowledgeable, but humanitarian organization would probably benefit by having access to some sort of a joint platform, unified platform to at least disseminate this information amongst those who don't have access to computer equipment. Are there any questions with regard to this? I think that we can go to our panel discussion. Oh, yes, I have a question. You say platform. Platform created by who? International organizations or government?
Що це було б дуже класно.
I'd say that this platform should probably be created by the government, and so far as the government has info on all those packages and types of benefits. Or Clara?
Hi, everyone. I'm Clara Camps, CCD Social Protection Advisor. Just to add to the wonderful presentation that's been done up until now. I mean, Ukraine has such an impressive social protection system, right? There's multi-layers, there's multiple benefits, and it's been able to be adaptive to the war. It's been able to change programs and make it more inclusive. But that also means that there needs to be a kind of exchange of information, a more standardized way of information with humanitarian actors. Because if we take the case of Svetlana, she was very lucky that Caritas is very well informed and could provide her with the information of additional social protection programs that she could benefit from. And she was lucky that that team had a social worker within the team, but other organizations may not have those resources, may not have those capacities. And so if we were able to have access, like all humanitarian organizations were able to have access to updated information from the government of which programs we should be informing our recipients about, it would be a lot more harmonized information for everybody.
І мені здається, що
Дякуємо.
Ministry of Social Policy made statements to the effect that they are moving towards this goal. It's good to know that there is some sort of mutual understanding. Well, we'll live to see whether their resolve is implemented, translated into action.
Мені здається, що
I would like to add a comment. To work in consolidated way, I think we have to organize public awareness campaign among the government officials from the public sector, civil servants from the public sector. Because it seems to me that they do not understand fully what the benefits are, and half of people here in this room, these are representatives of NGO who are more or less familiar with what's going on and what is being delivered. And part of present in this room, these are people who see it for the first time. They are absolutely unaware what is provided by NGOs. And yes, this is why this conference is being organized. But okay, there is a detail. Do not see full information organized in clusters. What is available in that cluster, in this cluster, and cash working group at its subnational level, they organize similar meetings with local authorities in the regions and work with them. And actually, local authorities, they are familiar with what is offered, and we try to organize this awareness campaign at the national level. I'm Olga Romanyuk from Parahid Initiative. Actually, our initiative is called First to Explain what Cash Working Group is doing. Ministry has the same request. They want to understand how humanitarian agents respond, how they shape their humanitarian packages, how they get the list of recipients, how they forecast for the next year, how they allocate funding for that next year, and how they make decisions. And our objective is to explain to the ministry how the system of humanitarian organizations work, and we can think together how to organize such an awareness raising campaign for members of parliament, for example. And unfortunately, I do not hear him properly, but it looks like he suggests that there should be. Please take up the mic. We try to respond based on the needs. When we approach to a region, to a new region, we first of all make assessment of needs. We approached local authorities, volunteers, local activists, local residents, and we try to take into consideration big spectrum of factors and assess whether the assistance is needed, whether these are people in need. If there is a location where, let's say, 15 different humanitarian organizations offer aid, and in this case we would not go there. We'll try to find something new. Svetlana has good SMS in Viber. Was it a targeted dissemination? We act in the following way. When we go to a local community, and usually in Viber, they have a local Viber channel where they provide broadly information to local community, and we write down this information, that what is available. But actually, if any charity organization come to a new region of Ukraine, the information is being spread extremely quickly. And sometimes we ourselves are surprised how quickly such information could be spread out. And we immediately get applications from tens of thousands of people. But we had discovered that in so many places people do not have such information, and we found out that the biggest issue for us, the biggest challenge, is to let people know about available programs, about available assistance. What we communicate with thousands of people, thousands. Our trip around communities showed us that, yes, there is a gap in information supply. We have big issues with the openness of personal data. Let's assume that a humanitarian organization comes, it usually approaches to the social department of the executive committee in the region, in a district, etc. They explain the objectives and suggest to get data about people who are under some threshold of income. But local authorities are unable to provide data about such people because this is directly prohibited by the law on personal data protection. That's why they post an announcement either in Viber, or they invite such people, they call them by phone and invite to come to some point at a definite time and to get access to this aid. In Lviv region, there are several platforms where people voluntarily can provide their personal data in order to get proper assistance. But actually, that even on the platform, the information is not full. Personal data are not being disclosed. That's why we keep saying that we require a new law on the personal data protection, which would allow NGOs and charity organizations to get access to the lists of people who are eligible to such assistance. Maybe not new version of the law on data protection, maybe a new version of it, because when to allow new wave of IDPs who arrive to new location be able to pass over their personal data to humanitarian organizations and be able to get aid. I think that such a new version or amendments to such a law could be very quickly registered in the parliament. We have such a new version which is and it is being registered under number 8155 and we have the old law on personal data protection, but they do not cover the aspects of cooperation with the international charity organizations. And I can comment that usually people are able to get information. There are informational hubs about Mariupol, about Luhansk region. That's true that we cannot provide personal data, but we are very much interested to provide people with this information. That's why we have chatbots, we have Viber channels, we have interactive maps where you can find humanitarian missions that provide material, non-material assistance, etc. And those people who are registered as IDPs, they are also registered in the humanitarian hubs. Well, all those people who had to go back into the occupied territories, who relocated abroad, etc. So people in Ukraine, they possess this information. They could be informed quickly. Local authorities are interested to provide this information. As an IDP in Ivano-Frankivsk region, when I approached to the village council, I found a lot of information, the full list of humanitarian mission. When in the village council you have the list of humanitarian organizations, this is not about the information of people. When they speak and inquire, I do not know whom to translate. I have to come to the village council and take care to be registered as an IDP. And I'm interested to be registered as an IDP. And thus my personal data are being registered. Then the village council invite all the IDPs to come on some definite day and to listen about possibilities. I become very passionate when I hear that local self-governments do nothing and they are being humiliated like that. You mentioned that local self-governance, which in Ivano-Frankivsk region with which you contacted, it worked perfectly, but quite often on the one hand, local self-government bodies are not interested in dissemination of information what is available for IDPs, because this means additional burden for them, additional load for them, because they have limited numbers of servants who are able to work with IDPs. They do not have capacity. On the other hand, quite often IDPs do not inform when they receive several receive aid from several sources, and they do not hurry up to inform about all the multiple sources of aid. So Let us look at this based on personal basis. I can provide you with some figures. We have such a thing as PDM, post-distribution monitoring, and having provided aid, after 3 months, we carry out a survey. We do this PDM, and recently we had finalized one project, and we carried out a survey among 600 people about the level of information about services available, and 80% answered that they were fully informed, and additionally 10% had indicated that they were almost fully informed. This suggests that humanitarian response in a form of population awareness, it works well. We respond to the needs of people in terms of fullness of information that we give to them. That is, what is available, in what amounts it is possible to get aid. When you have some amount of IDPs in any local community, there's not huge numbers of those who heard nothing. You have posters everywhere, etc. Only that minor group of people who are not digitalized, so to say, do not have smartphones, charts, etc. We try to access them via flyers, via posters. We try to get access to people with disabilities who stay at home, who are limited in movement around, etc. Yeah, you're right that there is a small part of population which is not digitalized, but when you will have such a possibility in India, if we put this question in India, can you imagine what will happen? We will not be able to cope with these numbers of population. But if we have such great numbers of vulnerable people, we are discussing the registration process, when we will offer money to everybody who are registered. Then DIA would not cope with that scale of applications. Okay. DIA, let us put it aside, but let us think about getting access to the database of income received or disposal income of a family. We do not have such an access. I have to apologize. I am from a DIA development team. I would like to comment because DIA was mentioned several times. Many people, many organizations, many ministries, and members of parliament have their own perception of what DIA is able to do and what it is not able. I would ask you to give me 5 minutes of your time to explain what is available in DIA. I think this may result in new ideas what could be done for Ukrainians. It seems to me there are several things about which there is misconceptions. DIA can everything. DIA can everything except for what she cannot, what it cannot do. It cannot store data. It cannot store data on income. everything to which you have access is stored in the state registers or in a smartphone of a person. Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry of Defense, as Alexander mentioned. You need to understand who's subject to military service. DIA acts in principle as a spider looking for information. And having got an agreement from the person about whom information should be provided, you can get access to information. I will show you several pictures.
Okay, let's do some drawing. So there's a person here. Oh, well, if there's ever a project like that, I will remember who gave it a name. So, and that person has DIA app. There are different databases, or registers, you can call them as well, that contain information in DB1, DB2, DB3 in Ukraine, if we talk Ukraine. There are, well, DBs showing who draws assistance where in other foreign jurisdictions. So what can DIA do? This slide mentions referral and referrals and dissemination of information. If an organization knows their target audience and, aware of the interests of this target audience, DIA could be used to, well, deliver messages to those target audiences. I mean, if Ministry of Social Policies can provide the list of persons, DIA can be used as a messenger, right? We don't do projects that would send spam to 20 million people, but if the conversion ratio is known, this is where we can step in, and so dissemination of information. Second, where we can come in handy, consent to personal data processing. It's like, like opening an account at a bank. As a DIA user, it is only me who can grant consent to other parties for processing my personal data. So I'll put it as consent in English. Third, the so-called painted funds, colored funds. In 2020, when people could claim 1,000, the so-called 1,000 coronavirus funds, Ukraine was at the forefront of those who implemented this targeted use mechanism. Many countries think how you can make it transparent via blockchain. In Ukraine, we used card technologies. Ukrainians is proud of its cashless transactions. So working together, us and the banking community, we made it possible to implement social products with the relevant implementations on the intended use. Say a donor says, I'll give you money to have your windows replaced, or some other conditionalities. You can buy this goods, but can't buy a different. So there are many programs like that, and there is infrastructure in place that helps do targeted payments. Why? Because DIA has, well, introduced interaction technologies with all the banks that wanted it. Over $1 billion has been paid using this technology. So this is targeted use. Now I'm ready to handle other questions that you have. Questions, but please make it brief and relevant. One comment and a comment with regard to personal data. It's kind of an appeal before we go down to amending the law. Let's look at GDPR and our candidacy status under the European Charter, privacy or privacy, as they say in U.S., is a fundamental right. So now to my question per se, it doesn't really relate to that diagram, but let me ask you, can you think that it would be easy to collect data on IDPs if so that we can target a person or category? I got your question, but a short question. The European Union, far as I know, is working on the e-wallet, eID wallet. This is going to be one of the few systems, well, one of the few systems that's taking part in EU pilot GDPR 2.0, so to speak. Now, personal data exchange or transfer. Since DIA does not store data, no, DIA, what it does, it pulls data from the relevant register, sends them to the user or to the recipient that the user has considered to give in this data to. So DIA does not store or accumulate data. Only through consent. Without consent, well, if someone wanted to implement this solution, we wouldn't be able to do that. Now, statistics. We have some polling solutions, but again, it's about spam and conversion. To poll 20 million people, asking them whether there are IDPs and what needs they have, well, people would start asking, doesn't the government have this info on who I am and what benefits I draw? So unless we do segments like 50,000 and ask them specifically, yeah, DIA can be instrumental. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, please make sure you use a mic when you ask a question, and we have only Yeah, I think that we can defer other questions until after the session is over. Hi, we thought you'd come and please, whenever you have our invitation, please make sure you come on time. Sorry, I arrived 30 minutes. I received this invitation. Okay. 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 Speaking of D, or if you have this info, Ministry of Digital Transformation, do you receive kind of requests or letters of interest with regard to creating platforms that we have been discussing today from the Ministry of Social Policy or Ministry of Reintegration? That is to say, to paraphrase, does executive branch ever ask you to do that? Look, we take part in diverse conferences regarding drafting regulations, and often we are asked whether we can do that or this. But yes, we do, but you better ask other ministries, because I may, for instance, name a ministry that's already stopped working. No, 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 no. Of all this, well, ways to overcome, develop platform, what else? So, of what's been mentioned, are you involved as DM? Well, targeted. Yes, we constantly work on that. We do about 5 projects every year. Consent, again, at DIA, we develop different solutions to facilitate consent of people being given to processing their data. And IDPs, no, not IDPs. Yes, we have some functionalities regarding IDPs, application to claim the status, discontinuation of status certificates, the mortgage applications. There are special benefits applicable to IDPs, e-housing. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. One more question, and let's move on then. Short question, then I hope short answer. Andrei Vasilishin, father of 2. I am a visionary, and I try to you used paper, flip chart. What happens if the power is out or there is no Wi-Fi connection? I'm not sure I introduced myself as I should have. I am responsible for DIA, development of DIA that works on your phones, on your smartphone. So yes, you have to have a smartphone and a bandwidth. If there is no communication bandwidth, so you should address this question with the Ministry of Paper Transformation, not digital. Great. Let's move on, dear colleagues. We'll probably have to convene another conference inviting DIA and to discuss at it all it can offer. So October 2023, Svetlana back, she started drawing the so-called social pension. After She had received help from a representative of a non-profit organization to help her registered. I already mentioned that earlier on the pension fund rejected her application, but the social worker and helped her out. First of all, you have to prove that you can provide for yourself by showing some medical records or certificates. Anyway, 2 months later, Svetlana started drawing first benefits from the Ministry of Social Policy. And this brings us to our next section. Time, duration, etc. There are some legislative guidelines, 10 days to get registered, to claim benefits. In reality, it may take as long as 2 months. If that's something straightforward, but for instance, you have to get a different disability category because of a blast injury you received, it may take even longer, like 6 months, because there are some checkpoints for you to qualify. Generally speaking about displaced population, say in Kharkiv, people didn't have access to their papers and some procedures take a long time, and people are deprived of their livelihoods for 6 months. So key recommendation is reduce the time that paperwork takes. We have to work on that with the executive branch, but this is something that affects people very much. People already affected by the consequences of the war. This slide, well, we'll probably skip it. We'll have yet another topic to cover. Nastya, could you please? Well, yeah, let me just mention in the brochures you were given, you will find an infographics indicating how long it takes to claim and start receiving certain social finance. Next issue mentioned today already in relation to Ministry of Finance. For instance, the real value of social assistance in 2024 as well dropped by 12 to 34% according to different sources. The reasons, the causes are clear: hryvnia, inflation, dropping purchase power. However, if we, well, for a moment, forget about devaluation, social assistance will stop being of social utility, because typically social assistance is intended to help people living on the poverty line, and if we will have to take into account inflation rates to work with Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Social Policy should use inflation targeting and then many other tools. So the social assistance hasn't increased as it should have. With that, we can revert back to our panel discussion. But let me first ask colleagues if they have anything to add with regard to the devaluation of social assistance and the time taking by registration. Oh, questions from the floor? Metror, I hope that we could try and bring this presentation to a close. No, by no means. The last stage is dedicated to humanitarian response. She is working, she is living in the temporary housing facility when a non-for-profit offers her some funds to help her renovate the home lost in Kherson. But she's got a friend who lost the social benefits because, well, tax inspectorate counted this assistance as something that changed her income. Svetlana decided to say no to the humanitarian aid for renovation and continues living in this IDP center. Now over to taxation. Marga?
Is one of the main challenges that is brought regularly to the cash working group for over 2 years now. So even if we work with Madame Vereshchuk and with the taxation office to address and to communicate clear messaging, it's still a problem. So basically, there are confusion or there are conflicting documentation or legislation that is under different ministries, under the tax office, which creates confusion. This is not specifically related to IDP support, but in general to humanitarian cash assistance. So the taxation issue, it depends on affects both the organization based on their status and also affects national and international organizations. And national organizations are a little bit more worried than international organizations in general, as per the feedback to the cash working group. And it also affects people because sometimes people, when they receive cash assistance, maybe they receive 3 months of multipurpose cash assistance, 10,600, and they are afraid that this will have a negative impact in accessing their benefits, or maybe it will trigger the suspension of some of the membership in some of the government programs, the Ministry of Social Policy programs. So basically, the key messages for the audience, and in this case for the Commission, are to preserve the right to define war affected for humanitarian organizations. Then for the National Bank of Ukraine to revise the limits to trigger financial monitoring. And this will reduce the risk of losing benefits of people rejecting assistance. We had some cases, for example, with the winterization, winter cash, that was provided during the 2023-2024 winter, where elderly people living alone, they were so afraid to accept the winter cash to keep their houses warm, that they rejected it because they were afraid that they will influence their pensions or some of the benefits. So with that, I think we come to the end of the taxation presentation. Thank you.
Ready to move to the panel?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so taxation, devaluation of social support and time frame. Any inputs from the panel?
I will add to the previous discussion about social pensions. First of all, this is a problem of translation for Ukrainian participants. Social pension is a pension which in Ukrainian sounds like social assistance to those people who have no right to social pensions and social contributions. So actually, that is what we mean in line with new legislation. We mean under social pension. As for the pensions to persons with disability and persons with the right to social pension, they can apply, but they have to choose out of three possible pensions, either social pension or disability pension or pension social assistance. So this pension should they have to choose just one and not take the bigger than this is prescribed by the legislation. So in general, these people cannot account for the survival minimum, which is at the level of 2,000, several hundreds. That is 2,000 as IDP and plus 2,000 as a recipient of social pension. That is 4,000 maximum per month for a person 60 years of age with no possibility to employ in future. When we calculate financial aid to IDPs, it is not taxed as of now, while if we think about people who suffered because of war, we all actually suffered, but there is a precaution that after the end of the war and the end of martial law, tax authority may come to us and suggest us to pay taxes for all those benefits that we have paid. That is why we work mostly based on the certificates about damaged property to prevent ourselves from future claims for taxation. But in many cases, people cannot provide such a certificate, such an assurance that their property is ruined. Sometimes local authorities procrastinate with the delivery of issuance of such proofs, such certificates, and this creates difficulties for those people and for us. May I ask a question or suggest something? Why you request for such certificates or assurances? You can take decision and remove taxation from such people. This is the question to the Verkhovna Rada. That's not to us. Any questions from MPs? I have organizational question. What is the algorithm used by our partners? For example, when you choose for local localities where to provide financial or cash aid. For example, Apostolova in the Dnipro region. Recently, I visited that village town, and I found several big families and single mothers, IDPs, who relocated from Kherson region. There is no employment there. They do not have potable water in general, and when we promised them to bring potable water, they said, wow, they were so much surprised. And after our interference, Kherson region started to supply potable water to them. And when I asked them whether they received any humanitarian assistance, they were very much surprised. So how do you resolve such issues? What are the algorithms? We have been visiting Apostolova many times and tried to deliver what we can, but we never heard about cash aid, cash benefits to be paid to them. Today, we have seen that we need this platform, that platform, but please explain to me, without Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry, are you from the Ministry of Social Policy? No. No, we are not. Out of the 2.6 million, we have to pay to 1,070,000 people, and 400,000 applications are under review, are being under review since March. In my opinion, when those applications would be satisfied, there will be the deaths or from the day when they will be appointed, which means that many people, that 400,000 people will not get payments within 2, 3, 5 months, while 1 million people would not continue to get payments. And we can make assessment and assumption that out of that 1 million, only, let's say, 100,000 would not require such payments anymore, while around 900,000 will be pensioners, etc. They would require that, and they have to pay for renting accommodation. Whether our international partners may focus their attention on those people who are deprived from further payments from this national budget. When people come to us and say, we were deprived from our 2,000 hryvnia from the state budget, can we say to them, well, being deprived from the state payments, you go to the international foundations and organizations? Whether this is possible for international organizations to substitute the state. When we discuss multi-purpose targeted aid, this is just for several months. We do not have this possibility as a state. Okay, that is for 3 months, but this is a big amount money than 2,000. This is 3,500 hryvnia. And actually, that will be equal to the amount of money that has to be paid from the state funds within 6 months. And when you look at this slide, I would like to ask you a question about increase of subsidy. I never heard IDPs requesting a bigger amount. They are happy with the 2,000 and they would ask us to preserve that 2,000. I would not raise this question about increasing benefits. This is the objective of our conference. We want to understand clearly what is paid from the national budget and to whom, and vice versa. The state should be able to see how much is paid from the charity organization. Let us take money from those who hide from mobilization abroad and give it to IDPs. We are bringing 500 questions at the same time. The first question was about Apostolova in the Dnipropetrovsk region. This is about Apostolova village. First of all, cash aid to be provided. It should take into consideration several conditions. We have to check whether there is a banking system and there is any markets where to spend money. Then this is subject to wash and livelihood. Metro, would you describe how NRC had launched a program in line with geolocation? We had several thousand of households who were relocated less than 3 months ago, and minority of them resided immediately in the gray zone. This way in Kharkiv, Kherson, Zaporizhia regions. They registered via internet, and that was sufficient for us to cover big numbers of people, the majority of them who lived in the pre-contact line areas. And the most important condition was geolocation on a cell phone to locate them in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, I represent the All Ukrainian Association of Communities. I'm leader of the regional association. I'm relocated from Donetsk region to Zaporizhia, and now I'm relocated to Kyiv. My very simple question, suggestion. That's very good that we have members of parliament and international partners at this discussion here. My colleague suggested that we should not forget about IDPs. Now, some payments to IDPs are deprived from payments, and people started to go back to the occupied territories because they have property, housing there, and they are forced to go to the occupied areas because they do not have where to live in Ukraine. They do not have where they do not have even those payments of 2000. And this is political issue. Our community is small. We are 18,000, and we resumed the work of our schools. These are 3 schools, and we teach children, those who relocated in new areas and those who relocated abroad. If we close these 3 schools, then those children who are planning to receive Ukrainian education for the future, we will deprive them from Ukrainian education also. I think this shows that we are moving in wrong direction. Now we need very much support from the state and from the international partners. I suggest to support IDPs from our local budget in expectation of the cancellation of those payments to IDPs, that benefits to IDPs. We continue to pay the benefits to IDPs from our own budget. Let us bring together international partners, national budget, and local budgets, and resume benefits to IDPs from local budgets. Otherwise, we will simply lose our people. People go to the occupied territories back. Thank you. That's true that we invited all the local self-government associations. You mentioned the threat that people will go back into the occupied territories. We continue to say this to the Prime Minister, Vice Prime Minister, to all the international partners, to interparliamentary assemblies, etc. One comment from online. We will have lunch, and you will have opportunity to discuss online.
Dear Lucas.
I wanted to just say a very, very interesting discussion. I think we got so many more questions than we expected from the panel. And I wanted to thank you all for the brilliant engagement. I wanted to just reiterate a few things that I think we all wanted to put on the table, and we wanted to make sure that are set at the end of the panel discussion. And the first one of them is that any investment, and that includes the humanitarian investment, should be really seen through lens of human capital building, and it's actually an investment that really returns into the economy. And not only that, but it also, of course, supports other positive effects, such as social stability. And these are all values and benefits that we really want to maintain at the moment. And in the end, the humanitarian investment really is taking care of the life-saving part of the assistance. That is the mandate of the humanitarian organizations. And unfortunately, as you could see in the beginning, the budgetary space to continue providing this assistance is over time slowly shrinking. So the importance of actually linking the social protection and the humanitarian system more closely is ever more so important, because if we don't optimize and if we don't invest more carefully, then of course we will not reach the effects, and this is very important. At the same time, there's of course the need to address some of the key barriers. One of them being the access to the social protection benefits, and trying to streamline the delivery, but also to look at barriers such as the taxation, which are operational and can help the humanitarians just simply do their work much better. That's one. And then, of course, interlinking the government systems with the humanitarian response. because in the end, the humanitarian response is temporary. It's always requested by the government that happens to find itself in a humanitarian crisis. And then it usually globally slowly subsides to a certain level, and this is what we are experiencing at the moment. So this is the moment when the two systems need to really come together and start linking and pulling the rope in the same direction. So to me, these are the really key messages that we wanted to pass. And I would like to thank you from the perspective of the Parechi Technical Assistance Facility. This is a collaboration of multiple partners, and I will pass on also to my colleagues that were at the panel and in the room. Thank you so much.
Давайте будемо дякувати пану Лукашу та
Okay, let's compliment Lucas and all other panelists for a fantastic presentation. Give them a hearty round of applause.
Я прошу залишитись на цій сцені
Margot and Pavlo Frolov, could you please join Margot at this improvised podium? I am impressed, and I really am, though it doesn't happen every so often. I am impressed by the level of the discussion and the informative character thereof. With that, to our joint declaration that we will announce at our meeting. Joint declaration in the interest of people of Ukraine that keep facing one of the biggest crises in its history caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation. So interim commission of the parliament on the protection of tangible rights of people and international partners working in the cash working group declare that the unprovoked incursion of the Russian Federation is a gross violation of international law, the Helsinki agreements, the unprecedented encroachment has led to continuing gross violation of human rights enshrined in the European Convention for Human Rights. The humanitarian crisis is increasing. The number of shellings causes multiple damages. IDPs and other affected populations need our unstoppable attention. In view of the European values of human rights, we emphasize the need to provide cash benefits to IDPs. The government of Ukraine has to regularly assess the needs of IDPs and increase by redistributing internal resources and other sources the amounts that can be made available to IDPs while eliminating duplication, promoting fair distribution, involve international partners, and facilitate activities of international partners that provide funds by providing information and administrative support on identifying gaps and shortcomings, eliminate them, develop and approve new laws and regulations while exercising parliamentary control. International partners continuing to support IDPs have to abide by the provisions of international humanitarian law and laws of Ukraine, inform the government of Ukraine of their activities as well as the challenges they may face in providing support to the government of Ukraine. Commitment of the Ukrainian government to welfare of IDPs is as staunch as our gratitude to international partners. with a view to finding solutions to the humanitarian crisis caused by the Russian Federation. The government of Ukraine and international partners joined their forces, agreed to cooperate fruitfully, mobilize and optimize resources available to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Alina, is that the time for family photo? Yes, certainly. Just a couple of words and traditional family photo. The words you have just heard mean a new stage in the cooperation between the government, parliament, and humanitarian community. This joint effort will be aimed at extending assistance to even more IDPs and affected population. All the issues raised today will be duly processed by the interim commission, including at its nearest meeting scheduled for this week. We hope that this conference has been useful for all the participants and will provide better foundations for improving the lives of IDPs. Once again, we would like to appreciate attendance online and offline, more than 120 participants, all the support staff, including photographer, interpreters, and engineers that contributed, and of course to our fantastic moderator, Alina. With this, you are invited to pose for the family photo and later on to our lunch. And the scope of issues raised gives me every reason to believe that this hasn't been our last meeting.